All right, we're here. It's happening. Happy Sunday. Hello. Elvis Stooges, thank you for the follow. Welcome. If you're new around here, I'm Avers. I play video games sometimes. Most of the time I play video games on this channel. But on Sundays, we've started this thing called Wikipedia with me, where we just go down Wikipedia rabbit holes. And we started doing it with letters in the alphabet. So we started with A, and then B. And then today is the letter C. So, welcome. Good to see you all. Maddie Brady, hello. Good morning. Good afternoon. Good evening. Here's what's funny. I always post, I'm like, okay, live in an hour-ish, and it's like heavy emphasis on the ish part. I got lost in the sauce doing my makeup, which is funny because then I put on glasses so you can't even really see it. First names or last names? We decided to go with last names last week because we looked up Sir Francis Bacon. So week one we did Andre the Giant, but he's known as Andre the Giant. I guess we could have gone by his last name. I don't want to limit it too much if you have an idea, though. What were you thinking? Because I'm down for whatever. Shall we get started here? I also went with a lo-fi. I don't know if it's like too sleepy or if we like it. Julia Child! I love it, and I'm so here for it. I'm so here for it. I don't know why, but I'm so here for it. I'm so excited. Okay. All right. No, that's such a, Maddie Brady coming in with the hot topics, and I love you for it. Great one. I'm very excited. So have you seen Julie and Julia? I love that movie so much. It's like, I don't know. There's certain Amy Adams things that I can get super into, and then other things where I'm like, you're so annoying. And I think what's great about that movie is that she is so annoying. Like, her character is so annoying, but also, like, endearing. It somehow works for that character. Anyway, Julia Child. Okay, we'll do Julia Child first. I watched the trailer, by the way, for that movie. I definitely want to watch it. Midnight in Soho, is that what it's called? No, I definitely want to watch it. So I will report back when I watch that movie because it looks great. It's such a cute movie. It's so good. And, like, I know it's cliche to say that, like, Meryl Streep is a great actress, but holy shit, Meryl Streep is a great actress. She's amazing. All right, the letter C. Let's take a look here. For the programming language, CC programming language. Also, for other uses, CC disambiguation. I don't know what any of that is about other than it's like C++ is like a coding thing, right? Okay, so C, or C, is the third letter in the English and ISO basic Latin alphabets. Its name in English is C, pronounced C, plural C's, as you can see. Okay, so my mom, okay, real quick. So my mom, she says that people who can wink make it part of their personality. And so my mom can't wink. And she unfortunately gave birth to 4 children who can wink. And I don't really know what that means, that they make it part of their personality. But I do find myself, like, winking unnecessarily. Maybe it is part of my personality. Okay, anyway, back to what we were reading. I don't know why I needed to do a close-up for that, but I was like, do you want to see me wink at you? There it is. Okay. I digress. The letter C. This is my favorite part, looking at the history of the letter throughout time and what it looked like. So, in Egypt, very simple. Phoenician. It's interesting. We've kind of gone away from it a little bit in terms of, like, where it started, which I guess is true for all the different letters that we've looked at. But yeah, disambiguation sounds like someone is murdering me. Yeah, doesn't it? It sounds like it's almost like discombobulation, but then I think about disassociation, and then yeah, I don't know what disambiguation is. T. Miller, good morning. T. Miller, were you here for my winks? Okay, anyway, moving on. Welcome to C Week. We're looking at things that start with the letter C. We're doing some, like, lo-fi jams. It feels a little sleepy. I don't know. Maybe we can switch to the jazz. Here's the thing about pretzel rocks. Here's the thing. you can pay like $15 a month, $15 a month, by the way, more than Spotify, to then have access to all of the songs, which granted, Pretzel Rocks, thank you for providing this service because, otherwise DMCA strikes and whatnot. That said, they took away so much of the music that I used to use, like for streams and stuff. And so now I'm like, well, I don't want to pay for it, but now I'm a little bit limited in my like playlist. So we're trying to figure out what's happening. Good to see you. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, whatever time it is. Canadian Geek, hello. You're disassociating? Not yet. Not yet. But give it some time. Good to see you. Good morning, Wondergoon. Good morning. I keep saying morning. I'm running a little late, so I guess afternoon for most people probably in the United States, but unless you're Pacific Coast, in which case, good morning. Yes, it's good to see everyone. Hello, how's it going? So far, we're just looking at the letter C, and then Maddie Braddy wanted us to look into Julia Child, which I'm very excited about. Also, this is gonna bother me. Guys, do you mind if I just change some layout shit on the fly because I see it and it bothers me? Please allow this kindness. You have no choice. I'm going to do it anyway. There it is. There it is. There it is. It was just like too big and in the way. Okay. Anyway, the letter C. You're here at the start. Welcome. It pays to be late. Oh, Jesus Christ.
Do it.
Why did it sound so threatening in the Ivy voice? Fanaria, thank you for the sub. 13 months, Fanaria. Here's what's fun about the sub thing, because it reminds me of people that have been here from the beginning. And granted, please don't feel obligated by any means or pressured to like financially contribute or sub. But what's fun about like seeing how many months people have subbed, it's like, it reminds me of like how long I've known you and how like it's really cool that I've known you for over a year. Fun. It's very exciting. Thank you for the resub. I really appreciate it. Yeah, that voice, do it. Well, no, that it didn't sound like that at all. Do it. But there was something about it that was like vaguely threatening, no? Yeah, so far we're just looking at the letter C. I enjoy looking at the history of letters because look at the shapes that we started with and then the shapes that we end up with using. Very cool. Like Greek. Hey, Greek is gamma. Alpha, beta, gamma. Bet you didn't know that. Just kidding, you probably did. I feel as though I heard that recently somewhere, but it was like within a like quiz context. So anyway, but look at the development of the letter C. It starts with a camel. And then we just somehow, it's like lines and then other lines and then maybe this angle and then we got a right angle and then it's like, and then it's like, and then the letter C. So anyway, welcome. If you have any topics starting with the letter C that you would like to investigate, let me know. We will do that. Iron Biscuit, hello. It's good to see you. I didn't know Egyptians had hockey sticks, nor did I. I didn't have the faintest clue. But now, you see, educational. I laugh because when I do the like stream manager thing and I choose the tags for the day, I have some that are like there all the time, like LGBTQ and neurodivergent. And then if I have room, like body positive, like I have my like regulars. But then for this, I put educational, and it always makes me laugh because it's like it is educational, right? But like, it just feels so silly, really. It starts with a camel, as most things do. Do they? By the way, guys, Goon, I'm so sorry I missed it, but Wonder Goon has a podcast Saturday nights. And he did one yesterday about whether or not Bigfoot is real, and it sounded fascinating. And I'm sorry I wasn't able to be there, but go check out Wonder Goon. That sounded like a good time. And for the record, I believe. I use the close-up thing too much. I just think it's funny. Guys, this is why it's a problem that I have a camera, because now that I have my camera on, I'm like, hello. Like, it's a lot. I'm a lot. Anyway, so far on the list is Julia Child. If you have any other C topics, let me know. Okay, what else? CAT scan. Okay, all right. We'll throw a CAT scan in there. CAT scan. Oh, do you want the one from Transformers, or do you just want a regular old cat scan? What else? Let me make sure I didn't miss anything. Speaking of camels and letters, it reminded me of the way to remember the kind of camel which has which kind of hump. Tell me, fun. Because there are camels with one hump, and then there are camels with two humps, correct? I feel as though I learned this. It's like somewhere in the recesses of my brain, but please teach us all. I mean, we could look up camels. Should we throw camels into the mix? Let's do it. Why not? If we're talking about camels, you know, I think we should probably throw it in there, huh? Okay, so far we've got Julia Child, CT scans, CAT scans, and camels. Educational, but off Wikipedia, teachers across the globe riot. I'm a teacher. I'm a teacher. Yeah, no, probably. I'm taking away their jobs, Iron Biscuit. Cornucopia. Love it. Love it. Y'all are fucking killing it today. Okay. Cornucopia wiki. Dominion cornucopia. What is that all about? Here it is. Okay, perfect. Got it. It's in the lineup. Caesar salad. Okay. I love this. You guys are the best. Thank you for being here. I find this to be so fun. So I hope you do too. I have found myself looking forward to this like every week. So thank you. It's very fun. All right, we've got a good amount of content. Content? Gross. We have a good amount of things. Oh, that said though, I think there's a couple more. A little specific, but the town of Coombs, BC. Done and done. Okay. Done. All right. We've got some good topics here, gang. We're on it. Annie Jump Canyon. Okay, holy shit. Annie Jump Cannon? Cannon. I think I said canyon, which is a whoopsie. Ooh, I'm excited for this. I'm excited for all of these. These all sound amazing. Okay. All right. Good. Excellent. We're on it. We have a lot of topics, which is not to say you shouldn't give me more, but there's only so many we can go through. So calm yourselves, but also if you have one, give it to me. Queen of mixed signals. Let's see. Call me take how... Whoops. What? Talk. Call me talk about... I'm so sorry, Maddie Brady. Talk about how there's no cornucopia in the Fruit of the Loom logo. Thought there was. Now I need to look. Hold on. Fruit of the Loom. We really should have saved this for F week, but you know what? Now I gotta know. Fruit of the Loom cornucopia. I didn't know this was a thing. They changed their logo. It has never featured a cornucopia. Is this one of those Mandela effect things? I honestly, that's not one that I remember. The one that I remember is Bernstein Bears. You cannot tell me that it wasn't spelled with an E when I was a kid. It absolutely was. Anyone that's saying otherwise, you don't live in my mind palace. But that's the Mandela effect thing that like fucks me up, is the Bernstein Bears one. Because I remember reading those books as a kid, and I'm such a visual person that like, yeah, no, that one fucks me up. If you don't know about the Mandela effect, we will do it on, actually, let me put it on my list. I have a list going, but we will look into the Mandela effect on M Week. And also I should look at my list to see if there's any, my list is really fucked up. Do you want to see how my brain works on paper? Hold on, ready? Can you see? My handwriting is, first of all, absolutely atrocious. Second of all, what even is this? Anyway, I've got notes and they're very important, clearly. Would you believe that I'm an avid note taker and that I also can't read my own notes, but it's like part of my learning process? There's something like cognitively that happens when you like write something down. Okay, what were we talking about? Mandela effect. That's right. Okay. All right. Okay. All right. We've got some topics though. Bernstein, even though I have literal books with my name in them and everything, right? Fun. It fucks me up. I don't like it. Oh man. Okay. So I don't know if they have a Wikipedia page, but there's a YouTuber that I have become obsessed with recently named CJ the X. Warning though, okay, they don't have they're probably not well known enough, but warning, if you go down the rabbit hole, they talk about some really heavy shit in terms of like, I don't know, our relationship with ourselves and our relationship with art and our relationship with the world around us, and then also they get really into simulation theory, and so like there's something about going down those rabbit holes that gets very nihilistic very quickly. I don't know why I brought that up, but the Bernstein Bears thing, it's like, yeah, this idea that's like, my whole childhood is a lie. It's a lot. I mean, I'm a deep thinker, so I overthink things a lot. I don't think it's a bad thing to be a deep thinker, but it does mean you get caught up in minutia a lot. You know what I mean? That said, want to read about Julia Child, everyone? Do you want to learn? Julia Child! Everyone, wherever you are, do your worst Julia Child impression. I'll wait. Okay, here we go. Julia Carolyn Child, nee McWilliams? Get out of here. August 15th to August 13th. She was a Leo. That makes sense. Was an American cooking teacher, author, and television personality. She is recognized for bringing French cuisine to the American public with her debut cookbook, Mastering the Art of French Cooking, and her subsequent television programs, most notable of which was The French Chef, which premiered in 1963. If you haven't seen Julie and Julia, it's so fucking good. I love that movie. It's so good. It's so cute. It's just so cute. Please treat yourself. Simulation theory, no thanks. I will literally hate life if I dig into it. Ooh, it gets fucked up real quick, like real quick mental spiral. Well, and I feel like, so the other day, I was streaming myself playing Banjo-Kazooie, which is one of my like childhood faves. I love it, but this was right after having gone down like a YouTube rabbit hole. Like, I love CJ the X. This is not to talk badly about them, but prepare yourself if you do watch CJ the X's YouTubes, that it gets into this like dark spiral place, and so if you're not in the right like headspace for it, it can be like jarring. But like, yeah, like so them being a YouTuber, I believe they use they he pronouns. But so them being a YouTuber, it's really interesting the way in which they talk about, like I said, like art and being a performer, and then also our relationship with like the internet, and how depending on when you were born, kind of a thing, like older millennials kind of are on the cusp of this idea of like we grew up like seeing the world before internet, and then seeing the advent of internet, and then seeing things like YouTube shift completely throughout our lifetime to what it is now. And so like I think it just put me in this really existential place with streaming, to be honest, which I'm already in an existential place with streaming. It doesn't take much to like tip me off that ledge, but like, yeah, no, it fucked me up. If you want to get fucked up, go check out CJ the X's video essays. They're great. It's just dark shit. Dark if you get into, I mean, yeah. Anyway, got about halfway through. Had to stop for some reason. Haven't been able to hop back in. Oh, man. Julie and Julia Child. Slice Raven, hello. It is. It's just some wholesome goodness. It is. And it makes me want to cook and eat all the good food. It's good to see you. How are you? Happy Sunday. All right, continuing on. On August 15th, 1912, Child was born as Julia Carolyn McWilliams in Pasadena, California. Child's father was John McWilliams Jr., a Princeton University graduate and prominent land manager. Child's mother was Julia Carolyn Caro Weston, a paper company heiress, and daughter of Byron Curtis Weston, a lieutenant governor of Massachusetts. Child was the eldest of three, followed by a brother, John McWilliams III, sister, Dorothy Cousins, she's played by fucking Jane Lynch in the movie. So good. So good. Hi, Abers. I thought it said Hail Abers for a second, and I was like, ugh. Hi. Happy Sunday. Good to see you. By the way, this is no pressure. Please, no pressure. But one day, I imagine, Sliced Raven will come back to streaming. They've been taking a little bit of a break. And so which again, no pressure. You take your time, and even if you never stream again, that's really fine. That said, though, if when they do decide to stream again, you should go check out Sliced Raven. Yesterday I was feeling it in the morning. I was like, oh, I miss the art streams. Again, no pressure. You take time and take care of yourself. But I really did. I loved your art streams, and I look forward to a time when you feel comfortable in wanting to do them again, because they were really great. Anyway, Julia Child. Right, Dorothy Cousins, Jane Lynch. So good. Child attended Polytechnic School from 4th grade to 9th grade in Pasadena, California. In high school, Child was sent to the Catherine Branson School in Ross, California, which was at the time a boarding school. At 6 feet 2 inches, she's so tall, bless her. Child plays tennis, golf, and basketball as a youth. She also played sports while attending Smith College in Northampton, Massachusetts, from which she graduated in 1934 with a major in history. Child grew up in a family with a cook, but she did not observe or learn cooking from this person, and never learned until she met her husband-to-be, Paul, who grew up in a family very interested in food. It's interesting to kind of like read about someone's privilege in their relationship with food and cooking, because like what that tells me is that like she grew up very affluent, right? Like, and so to be that separated from the like cooking process and the kitchen process, it's just very interesting to me. Very interesting to me. Hail Abers is how the cult began. No, please no. I do. Iron Biscuit. Anyone else who's out there who knows about Nightbot, does anyone know how to do the ad quote command for Nightbot? I actually haven't Googled it. I just need to like look into it. But I do want the ad quote command, because I do say some silly shit, and I do think that out of context some of it is I think I'm so funny. Anyway, you know what I'm saying. Really, I mean it, Raven. Like, yesterday morning, there are certain Saturdays where I'm like, oh, who is online? Like, what am I gonna do? And like, yesterday was one where I was like, oh man, I could use a Sliced Raven stream right now. So just know that your streams are really lovely, and that it's a pleasure when they're on, and I get to see you make art and hang out with your people, because it's beautiful, it's lovely, I love it. Anyway. Shall we continue? Career! Following her graduation from college, Child moved to New York City, where she worked as a copywriter for the advertising department of W&J Sloan. Second World War. Child joined the Office of Strategic Services in 1942 after finding that she was too tall to enlist in the Women's Army Corps. What? How you gonna tell her she's too tall? How are you too tall to be in the Women's Army Corps? What does that even mean? What does that even mean? Anyway, U.S. Navy Waves. She began her OSS career as a typist in its headquarters in Washington, but because of her education and experience, soon was given a more responsible position as a top secret researcher, working directly for the head of OSS, General William J. Donovan. As a research assistant in the Secret Intelligence Division, she typed 10,000 names on white note cards to keep track of officers. For a year, she worked at the OSS Emergency Sea Rescue Equipment Section, ERES, in Washington, D.C. as a file clerk, and then as an assistant to developers of shark repellent. What? Julia Child, your life is wild. That rhymed unintentionally. See, more winking. Boop, boop, ba-doop. Shark repellent needed to ensure that sharks would not explode ordnance targeting German U-boats. From 1944 to 1945, she was posted to Kandy, Ceylon, now Sri Lanka, where her responsibilities included registering, cataloging, and channeling a great volume of highly classified communications for the OSS's clandestine stations in Asia. She was later posted to Kunming, China, where she received the emblem of meritorious civilian service as head of the registry of the OSS Secretariat. Wow, 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 wow. Too tall for plane cockpit. Oh, okay. Okay, Iron Biscuit. Okay. That makes sense. I just like couldn't conceive of a reason why, other than like, we can't make a uniform that fits you. No, that I can see that. Okay, thank you. I was deeply offended on Julia Child's behalf. We need a prequel movie. Julia Child was a badass. It sounds like it. That was not in the movie. It was not. It was not. I mean, you only have a certain, like, you know, a certain amount of time to dedicate to certain things in a movie, so I get it. But we're learning. Okay. While in Candy Salon, now Sri Lanka, she met Paul Cushing-Child, also an OSS employee, and the two were married on September 1st, 1946, in Lumberville, Pennsylvania, later moving to Washington, D.C. Paul, a New Jersey native who had lived in Paris as an artist and a poet, was known for his sophisticated palate and introduced his wife to fine cuisine. He joined the United States Foreign Service, and in 1948, the couple moved to Paris after the State Department assigned Paul there as an exhibits officer with the United States Information Agency. The couple had no children. Paul is played by Stanley Tucci. Again, there's just so many good actors, and the cinematography's good, and it's just a cute movie. Now I really want to go watch Julie and Julia after this, like really do. Okay. Honestly, my mind went to non-standard uniform sizing too. Yeah, that was immediately where my brain went. Fun. I was like, how dare you? How dare you not make a uniform for this gorgeous woman? She deserves it. Okay, post-war France. Child repeatedly recalled her first meal at Le Coron et Roll as a culinary revelation. Once she described the meal of oysters, ugh, that close-up was a lot, huh? Fish dish with sole, whole or fillet, dredged in flour, pan-fried. Okay, just pan-fried fucking fish. All right, but she didn't like it. She described the meal and fine wine to the New York Times as an opening. Oh, wait, she loved it. Sorry, she loved it. Culinary revelation. I don't know why I was like, she hates it. An opening up of the soul and spirit for me. Wow. In 1951, she graduated from the famous Cordon Bleu cooking school in Paris. I don't know why I have to read things with a weird French accent when they're French. Probably because I can't speak French, and I wish I could. So instead of learning French, I just make fun of it. Okay. Cordon Bleu, cooking school in Paris. Later studied privately with Max Bugnard and other master chefs. She joined the women's cooking club Les Écoles des Gourmets. See what I did there? French. Though she met Simone Beck, who was writing a French cookbook for Americans, when her friend Lisette Berthold. Beck proposed that Child work with them to make the book appeal to Americans. In 1951, Child, Beck, and Berthold began to teach cooking to American women in Child's Paris kitchen, calling their informal school L'École des Trois Gourmands, the school of three food lovers. For the next decade, as the Childs move around Europe and finally to Cambridge, Massachusetts, the three researched and repeatedly tested recipes. Child translated the French into English. Damn, that's wild that she was the one that translated it, by the way. That's impressive. Making the recipes detailed, interesting, and practical. I guess it makes sense because English is her first language, but it means that, like, you have to have such an, like, intimate knowledge of French in order to, like, translate it well. Like, that's interesting. Let's see what's happening. Fantastic casting. It's true. The cast is amazing. I think the end of the movie was not what actually happened. Like, Julia Child wasn't mad about it or something. I don't know. That's a good question. Maybe it'll tell us. Maybe it'll tell us here. It'll be like the movie. That's a really good question. I don't know. T. Miller. I thought it was based on a book of someone who played the Amy Adams role. And that when the book came out, Julia Child was like, "Fuck you." But I don't actually know if that's true. That's a good point. I don't know. We'll look into it. We'll research it. All right. In 1963, the Childs built a home near Provincetown of Plescasser in the hills above Caen, on the property belonging to co-author Simone Beck and her husband John Fischerbacher. Yep. The Childs named it Le Pichon, provincial word meaning the little one. But over time, the property was affectionately referred to as Le Peach. In his New York Times best-selling book, Dearie, The Remarkable Life of Julia Child, author Bob Spitz stated that Julia was diagnosed with breast cancer in the mid-60s. She had a mastectomy on February 28th, 1968. I did not realize... Does the movie cover that? I don't remember them talking about her having breast cancer. Maybe they do. See, I need to watch the movie again. I did not know that, though. I don't think. We will find out. We will find out. We will see. Okay. Media career. The three would-be authors initially signed the contract with publisher Houghton Mifflin, which later rejected the manuscript for seeming too much like an encyclopedia. Finally, when it was first published in 1961 by Alfred A. Knopf, the 726-page, that is a big-ass cookbook. Anyway, 726-page Mastering the Art of French Cooking was a bestseller and received critical acclaim that derived in part from the American interest in French culture in the early 1960s. Lauded for its helpful illustrations and precise attention to detail, and for making fine cuisine accessible, the book is still in print and considered a seminal culinary work. Following the success, Child wrote magazine articles and a regular column for the Boston Globe newspaper. She would go on to publish nearly 20 titles under her name with others. Many, though not all, were related to her television shows. Her last book was the autobiographical My Life in France, which I think I have somewhere. I think I have that book. I don't know if I've ever actually finished it, but I recall the university that I went to, there were these different days where the library was getting rid of old books, and so you could buy books from the library, and I think it's one that I bought there, like for super cheap. Now I feel the need. I'm like staring at my like bookshelf over yonder. I'm like, do I still have that book? I feel as though I do, but I'm gonna have to stare at my bookshelf later. Anyway, My Life in France, published posthumously in 2006 and written by her great-grandnephew, Alex Prudhomme. The book recounts Child's life with her husband, Paul Cushing-Child, in post-war France. All right, here we go. The French Chef and related books. With Berto, hi! How are you doing? It's good to see you. I hope you're doing well. Okay, 1962 appearance on a book review show was what was then the National Education Television station of Boston, WGBH-TV, now a public broadcasting service station, led to the inception of her first television cooking show after the viewers enjoyed her demonstration of how to cook an omelet. The French Chef had its debut on February 11th, 1963 on WGBH and was immediately successful. The show ran nationally for 10 years and won Peabody and Emmy Awards, including the first Emmy Award for an educational program. Though she was not the first television cook, Child was most widely seen. What? Got it. Okay, sorry. She was the Gordon Ramsay of her time. That's not true, but sort of. Though she was not the first television cook, Child was the most widely seen. She attracted the broadest audience with her cheery enthusiasm, distinctively warbly voice, and unpatronizing, unaffected manner. In 1972, The French Chef became the first television program to be captioned for the deaf, even though this was done using the preliminary technology of open captioning. That's cool. That's really cool. I didn't know that. You're swell, lazy Sunday. I love a lazy Sunday. Cheers. Happy lazy Sunday. I'm gonna have to grab more coffee here in a minute for my lazy Sunday. Child's second book, The French Chef Cookbook, was a collection of the recipes she had demonstrated on the show. It was soon followed in 1970 by Mastering the Art of French Cooking, Volume 2, again in collaboration with Simone Beck, but not Louisette Berthold. The way they picture her in the movie, it's not nice. So I wonder if she really was that much of a pain in the ass or what. With whom the professional relationship had ended. Child's fourth book, From Julia Child's Kitchen, was illustrated with her husband's photographs and documented the color series of The French Chef. as well as provided extensive library of kitchen notes compiled by Child during the course of the show. Hey, by the way, speaking of closed captions, I tried to download or to incorporate a closed caption thingy again. So I originally had this closed caption thing for stream, and it wasn't working. So then I got a different one. Anyone out there, if do me a favor if you could, then see if it's working, or it's hard for me to test it. Let me know if you notice that it's working or if you can't figure it out. I might just have to like do a test stream at some point and like fuck with it. I was like, speaking of closed captions, something I'm trying to figure out. Also, things are bothering me again. Let me fix it. I feel like everything kind of had to be like resized and reconfigured when I switched to OBS. So there's little things that I'm noticing. Just little things on stream I'm trying to figure out. Okay, anyway, French chef. Extensive library of kitchen notes compiled by Julia during the course of the show. Very cool. Impact on American households. Julia Child had a large impact on American households and housewives. Because of the technology in the 1960s, the show was unedited, causing her blunders to appear in the final version and ultimately lend authenticity and approachability to television. That's really cool. According to Toby Miller in Screening Food, French Cuisine and Television Palette, one mother he spoke to said that sometimes all that stood between me and insanity was hardy Julia Child because of Child's ability to soothe and transport her. In addition, Miller notes that Child's show began before the feminist movement of the 1960s, which meant that the issues housewives and women faced were somewhat ignored on television. Yeah, kind of revolutionary. She kind of was that bitch, huh? Get it, Julia Child. Let us see. Later career. In the 1970s and 1980s, she was the star of numerous television programs, including Julia Child and Company, Julia Child and More Company. I like that title. Dinner at Julia's. For the 1979 book Julia Child and More Company, she won a National Book Award in category Current Interest. In 1981, she founded the American Institute of Wine and Food with vintners? Vintners. Anyone know what vintners are? Robert Mondavi and Richard Graff and others to advance the understanding, appreciation, and quality of wine and food. Not seeing any captions on the stream. It would be, so it's an extension. So it wouldn't, it's not, it shouldn't automatically be there, but theoretically you should be able to choose it within the extensions, I think. So it would be something that you choose to turn on or turn off. And honestly, Goon, don't worry about it. I'll do a test stream thing later and figure it out. It's something I like literally just added the other day and have been meaning to mess with. So, I mean, if you feel like messing with it, go for it. But also, don't worry about it. Yeah, but it should be something within the extensions panel that you can just like choose to turn on or turn off. I need to look into it more to figure out how to use it. Pursuit. She'd already begun with her books and television appearances. In 1989, she published what she considered to be her magnum opus, a book and instructional video series collectively entitled The Way to Cook. During the AIDS crisis of the 1980s, Julia Child went from holding homophobic views to being a passionate AIDS activist, triggered by a close associate succumbing to AIDS. In the mid-90s, as part of her work with the American Institute of Wine and Food, Julia Child became increasingly concerned about children's food education. This resulted in the initiative known as Days of Taste. Child starred in 4 more series in the 1990s that featured guest chefs. I do remember watching some of her stuff on like PBS when I was a kid. Cooking with Master Chefs, In Julia's Kitchen with Master Chefs, Baking with Julia, Julia and Jacques Cooking at Home. Jacques Pepin, right? I remember watching. So my sister is a big foodie. She's always loved to cook ever since I was a little kid. But I remember watching Jacques Pepin with my older sister. She collaborated. See, Jacques Pepin, many times for television programs and cookbooks. All of the Child's books during this time stemmed from the television series of the same names. Child's use of ingredients like butter and cream has been questioned by food critics and modern-day nutritionists. She addressed these criticisms throughout her career, predicting that a fanatical fear of food would take over this country's dining habits, and that focusing too much on nutrition takes the pleasure from enjoying food. In a 1990 interview, Child said, "Everybody is overreacting. If fear of food continues, it will be the death of gastronomy in the United States. Fortunately, the French don't suffer from the same hysteria we do. I love Julia Child so much. All of a sudden, I love her so much. We should enjoy food and have fun. It's one of the simplest, nicest pleasures in life. I didn't realize that she had I mean, it makes sense that people of her time were super homophobic. But I didn't realize that she had like gone from being homophobic to then being an AIDS activist. And it's interesting because it's like those kinds of things don't hit us until they hit us when you have privilege, right? So it's interesting to hear that like an associate of hers got AIDS and that's when she became an AIDS activist. So it's like, I don't know. I appreciate learning about people's like willingness and ability to learn and change and grow. So like there are ways in which she's radical and obviously ways in which she's like a human and I don't know, has succumbed to like the same kind of bullshit that we've all succumbed to. But that said, her food positivity, as it were, I do deeply appreciate. Julia Child's kitchen, designed by her husband, was the setting for 3 of her television shows. It is now on display at the National Museum of American History in Washington, D.C. Beginning with In Julia's Kitchen with Master Chefs, the Child's home kitchen in Cambridge was fully transformed into a functional set. Wow! With TV quality lighting, 3 cameras positioned to catch all angles in the room, and a massive center island with gas stovetop on one side and electric stovetop on the other, but leaving the rest of the Child's appliances alone, including my wall oven with a squeaking door. This kitchen backdrop hosted nearly all of Child's 1990s television series. That's wild. I didn't realize that they just used their own kitchen in their home. That's really funny. Aw, look at this lady. Okay, so after her friend Simone Beck died in 1991 at the age of 87, Child relinquished La Bichon after a month-long stay in June 1992 with her family, her niece Fila, and close friend and biographer Noelle Riley Fitch. She turned the keys over to John Fischbacher's sister, just as she and Paul had promised nearly 30 years earlier. That year, Child spent 5 days in Sicily at the invitation of Regalie Lale yep, winery. American journalist Bob Spitz spent a brief time with Child during that period while he was researching and writing his then working title, History of Eating and Cooking in America. In 1993, Child voiced Dr. Julia Bleeb in the animated film We're Back, a Dinosaur Story. I vaguely remember this movie. It's right. I never actually watched it. That's funny. I didn't realize she did a voice in it. I do remember this movie coming out though. Any We're Back fans? Any We're Back stands in the chat? Spitz took notes and made many recordings of his conversations with Child. These later formed the basis of a secondary biography on Child, published on August 7th, 2012. 5 days before the centennial of her birthday. Damn. Paul Child, who was 10 years older than his wife, died in 1994 after living in a nursing home for 5 years following a series of strokes in 1989. In 2001, Child moved to a retirement community, donating her house and office to Smith College, which later sold the house. She donated her kitchen, which her husband had designed with high counters. That's so cute! With high counters to accommodate her height. That's so cute. Which served as the set for 3 of her television series to the Smithsonian's National Museum of American History. I really want to go to the Smithsonian at some point. Like real bad. One day. Her copper pots and pans were on display at Copia in Napa, California until August 2009 when they were reunited with her kitchen at the National Museum of American History in Washington, D.C. Okay. Oh gosh, I'm just realizing that we have so much more to read, but let's look. Child died of kidney failure in Montecito, California on August 13th, 2004, 2 days before her 92nd birthday. Child ended her last book, My Life in France, with, thinking back on it now, reminds me that the pleasures of the table and of life are infinite. Toujours bon appetit! Her ashes were placed on Neptune Memorial Reef, Key Biscayne, Florida. Key Biscayne? Key. Key? All right, let's look real quick because I was gonna say I didn't realize how long this thing is. So then we got legacy, Tributes and homages. I bet this is where... Oh, wait. Films about Child. This is where we want to go, right? Okay. So, a film titled Primordial Soup with Julia Child is on display at the Smithsonian National Air and Space Museum's Life in the Universe Gallery from 1976 until the gallery closed. Produced by WGBH, a 1-hour feature documentary, Julia Child, America's Favorite Chef, was aired on the first episode of the 18th season of the PBS series American Masters. The film combined archive footage of Child with current footage from those who influenced and were influenced by her life and work. Julie and Julia, film adapted by Nora Ephron from a Child's memoir, My Life in France, and from Julie Powell's memoir. Meryl Streep played Child. The film won a Golden Globe for Best Actress in a Leading Role or in a Musical Comedy. So it doesn't say. It doesn't say. I am curious, though. Can we go here real quick and just see if it says anything about her reaction to it? Reception. Oh, wait. This is the movie. We need... Hold on. Okay. Julie Powell's memoir? I mean, we might have to look that up some other time, but I am curious. Hold on. Julia Child. Julie Powell. Let's see. Okay, she never met Julie Powell, according to this. Okay, she simply told her editor, Judith Jones, I don't think she's a serious cook. Which, apparently, let's see, hold on. Child was reported to have been unimpressed with Powell's blog, believing her determination to cook every recipe in Mastering the Art of French Cooking in a Year to be a stunt. Okay. Child's editor said in an interview, flinging around 4-letter words when cooking isn't attractive to me or Julia. Okay, so it sounds like she didn't really hate it so much as she was just like meh about it and was like, I don't take you seriously, is what it sounded like. I don't know. We can look into it later. Let's see. I watched that. I didn't realize that she was a voice actor in it, though. Yeah, I don't know that I've ever actually seen it. I remember it coming out, like the visual of that, like that like poster, like my brain remembers that. Let's see. It would be reception for the book. Right. They're supposed to meet and they didn't, according to the movie. I don't know that they were. I don't know. We might have to, you know what? Should we add Julie Powell to the list for P Week? For P Week? I'll add it to the list here. She was just old and bitty at the time. I think that's true. I really think that's true. Because, like, if you think about when that blog... First of all, the blogosphere would only exist with it, like, when the internet exists, right? And so Julia Child was born in 1912. So by that time, she was already in her, like, late 70s, early 80s, right? So, like... I think she was just old and grumpy and didn't want to be bothered, maybe. I don't know why I'm like in the defense of Julia Child. I don't know. I wasn't there. And yet I'm like, here's what happened in my opinion. Why would I know? I don't know these things. I'm sure a part of her enjoyed it though. I don't know. Yeah. I wonder how much of her was offended versus how much of her was flattered. Well, and this idea of it being a stunt too, like I can see how she's like, this is my life's work and someone's trying to do what I did in the course of a year. Like there's something about that is maybe a little bit of a slap in the face, right? So I can kind of see it. But yeah, that's really interesting. Started after 9/11. Okay. 3 years before she died. Okay, and she died at 92. As an 89-year-old woman, it's like, just leave her alone. I don't know. Can't type. You're good, Maddie Bratty. Don't even worry. You're totally good. All right, that's Julia Child. I feel like we've all learned something. I've learned something. Okay, shall we move on to CAT scans? Are we ready to learn about CAT scans, everyone? Oh man, I am still curious about I'm gonna have to figure it out. Sorry, the closed captioning thing. Now my brain is like stuck on it. But it is cool. It's really cool. That was another thing learning about her. Like, I didn't realize that her show was like the first one to do closed captions. That's really neat. Really neat. Yay, Julia Child. We did it. All right, CAT scans. This article is about X-ray computed tomography. Cool. All right, a CT scan. Computed tomography scan, formerly known as a computed axial tomography or CAT scan, is a medical imaging technique used in radiology to obtain detailed internal images of the body non-invasively for diagnostic purposes. The personnel that perform CT scans are called radiographers or radiology technologists. CT scanners use a rotating X-ray tube and a row of detectors placed in the gantry to measure X-ray attenuations by different tissues inside the body. The multiple X-ray measures taken from different angles are then processed on a computer using reconstruction algorithms to produce tomographic cross-sectional images, virtual slices of the body. This use of ionizing radiation sometimes restricts its use owing to its adverse effects. However, CT can be used in patients with metallic implants or pacemakers, where an MRI is contraindicated. Okay. I didn't realize that. That's interesting. So okay, hold on. Because like when an MRI, the magnetic fields. Okay, I can. So yeah, magnetic fields wouldn't work with things that have metallic. That makes sense. Okay. And then a pacemaker, obviously something magnetic would fuck that up. That makes sense. Since its development in the 1970s, CT has proven to be a versatile imaging technique. While CT is most prominently used in diagnostic medicine, it also may be used to form images of non-living objects. The 1979 Nobel Prize in Physiology or Medicine was awarded jointly to South African-American physicists Alan M. Cormack and British electrical engineer Godfrey N. Hounsfield for the development of computer-assisted tomography. Oh man, science. Ooh, we're in it now, science. Movie night. I've been wanting, okay, question, kids. Question, dear children. I've been wanting to try to do a Discord movie night. Can I talk to you about my anxieties? Can you talk me off my weird anxiety ledge? So here's what I'm anxious about. First of all, I'm anxious about my internet and being able to stream something in Discord that people can watch fluidly. That's one thing I'm afraid of in terms of doing a Discord movie night. I really want to, though. So that, just from a, like, technological standpoint, can my computer and internet handle that? Second, can my brain, sensory stimuli overload brain, handle multiple people talking at once in a Discord like voice chat while we're watching a movie? This is my fear, and this is the control freak in me that's like nervous about a million people. There's like 10 people that hang out here regularly, which I love all of you. But there's a fear of like 10 people watching this movie and like talking over each other simultaneously. I'm saying this out loud because I know that some of these things are like irrational, but they are also things that are preventing me from trying that. So tell me your thoughts. And also, if anyone has done a Discord movie night before, feel free to share like things that you thought were successful about it and things that you were like, this was annoying, because I do want to try it. I do want to try it at some point. Chat only? Are you just talking? I don't know. We could do a like typing. So it's like typing rather than in voice chat kind of a thing. I've also seen, Sunny, we are doing C's today. Welcome to C Week. Welcome. We've already read about Julia Child, and currently we're reading about CAT scans, CT scans. How are you? It's good to see you. Yeah, so Maddie Brady, these are my questions, is like, how do you do it? Because I've watched movies on Discord like with friends, right? With just like one or two other people. And it has worked fine. I don't know why. Again, this is me just like speaking my anxieties out loud because maybe it's silly of me to be like this anxious about it. I don't know. Okay, Fenaria has thoughts. Thank you. Is there a quick way to mute a Discord channel as a safety against overwhelming sound distraction? I think so. I think you can. I think you can deafen things is what it's called. Yeah. I've done Discord movie nights, and I have a text chat for any for movie nights, so it's not too overwhelming for anyone. Okay, yeah, so maybe doing text chat rather than voice chat during it. That's not a bad idea. I don't know why my brain automatically went to like, oh, it has to be voice chat, because it doesn't necessarily, but yeah, that's not a bad idea. You can give voice commentary. Should I? Is that weird that but that also, I mean, I know that's what I'm doing in stream, right? Obviously, like that's what I'm doing right now. I don't know why in a Discord movie chat, like to me, okay, this seems weird, but like, okay, so right now, me and Wikipedia are the entertainment, but there's like engagement with you guys that makes it work, right? So like, but there's something about a Discord movie night that to me, I love the idea of it, of just like leveling the playing field, so that rather than it being like Abbers is entertaining you, it's like the movie is entertaining us and we're all enjoying it together, kind of a thing. I don't know. I mean, you can have my commentary on it, I guess. I don't know. But yeah, this is why I'm asking these questions. By the way, Sunny, thank you for sharing the link. We're raising money for Black Girls Code. The goal is to get to $1,000. And when we do that, I will do a music stream. But I realized that's probably not enticing enough, because I just like to play music and sing on stream. Anyway. And I mean, I do love the Bob Ross paint-alongs, obviously, but I decided that if we get to our $1,000 goal by February 1st, we'll do another Bob Ross painting. So if you feel it's so inclined, we're at $979.69. We're like essentially like $20 and some change away from getting that goal, which is really exciting. So thank you to everyone who's donated so far. You're fucking awesome. Also, please don't feel obligated or like you don't feel pressured into financially sharing. Especially if you're in a place of financial hardship, please don't feel that pressure. There's so many different ways to like support Black women and femmes in gaming, and there's so many ways to like share that information that aren't necessarily like financial. But that said, I mean, realistically, if 10 people donate $2, we've made it. So if anyone feels so inclined, it means a lot. So yeah. That sounds even better. I'd be the host. The hostess with the mostest. I could. This is why I like that we're brainstorming this, because I don't know. I could be the host. Welcome everyone to my movie night. We can pause it every 15 minutes. That sounds like a nightmare. Every 15 minutes, like, so how's everyone's movie night going so far? And imagine, I mean, it's Julia and Julia, but like imagine just like some, like stopping at 15 minutes and there's like something suspenseful and we're like, so what do you think's gonna happen? No, these are all really good ideas. Thank you for these ideas. And we'll add, who did it? Who's doing this? Okay, hold on. Let me make this in a different window, and then let me throw this back on here. Okay, and then let me look at the things and stuff. Okay, so who did the things? Oh my God, thank you for the donations. We're like $6 away, you guys. We're $5 and some change away, you guys. Sliced Raven, thank you for the $10 donation. I'm Julia Child. Thank you for the $5 donation. Y'all are fucking awesome. We're on our way. We're gonna make it. I'm very excited. Sorry for the screaming and the clapping. Y'all are very sweet. $994.69. Hey guys, thanks. Hey, thanks. That's really cool. It means a lot. Thank you. Can't wait for music stream. Hey, I'm excited about it. I've been practicing some songs on guitar. I should probably practice saxophone more. It's so funny because like in my mind I'm like, oh, whatever. Saxophone's the back of my hand, which it kind of is. But also, if you haven't played for a while, there's a lot of just like squeaking and bullshit, and that's what's so funny about the like saxophone like redemption is I'm like, here we go, and people think it's cool, I guess. Anyway, yeah, it's gonna be fun. Chattanooga, I want to learn about a cool sounding town. Done. Let me add it to the list. Chattanooga, Tennessee, Wikipedia, go. Boom. All right, it's on the list. CT scans. Boom. Okay, so MRIs use magnetic fields, which means if you have metal in your body or a pacemaker, not a good idea. Since its development in the 1970s, CT has proven to be a versatile imaging technique. While CT is most prominently used in diagnostic medicine, it also may be used to form images of non-living objects. In 1979, right, Nobel Prize, Physiology and Medicine. Yes, got it, good. Oh gosh, who did it? We're at $1,000. Who did it? I'm so excited. Okay. Wonder Goon. Thank you for the $5.31 donation. Woo! We did it. Team, we did it. And when I say we, you did it. You guys. You fucking guys. You guys. Okay, so last fall in August, September-ish, we raised $1,000 for RAIN, which is fucking incredible. And now we've raised $1,000 for Black Girls Code, which is fucking incredible. So to have been able to like be in this position and raise like $2,000 for charity, like it's fucking like thank you. It means a lot. It's really fucking cool. And just generally speaking, Jesus Christ, it just means so much to me to like have this space and have people that like support it and want to support me and want to support these really good causes. So thank you. Thanks. It means a lot. It really does. It means a lot. I'm not crying. You're crying. Really though, like it especially in light of like the Blizzard Activision stuff, which is what inspired me to start doing this. And in light of like how I've felt lately about playing hardcore WoW and how the hardcore community in Road to Rag has been just kind of shitty and toxic, and this like, you know, reminder of how like fucked up and misogynistic and awful like gaming is. Like it's I'm so grateful to be reminded by you all that like not everyone is like evil and terrible. and it's just nice to be reminded that like other people care. So thank you. It means a lot. Thanks. I don't know why I was like close up, watch me cry. But thank you. Really thank you. It means so much. Goodness. Thanks. Goodness. You guys are the best. Thank you. It means a lot. It really does. Goddamn. I didn't mean to make you cry. No, it's okay. First of all, I'm a crier. It does not matter. This is what I'm discovering through my psychiatric journey. It does not matter how many mood stabilizers or antipsychotics or like antidepressants you put me on. I'm a crier. I feel things really deeply. And so anytime there's an extreme emotion, whether it's like anger or happiness or sadness, I just cry. It's just always been how I am. And it's funny because one of my psychiatrists from like I've recently had to switch because of health insurance stuff. And I remember my old psychiatrist would be like, well, look out for if you're crying easily and if you find yourself like, you know, having this propensity to cry really easily, then that's a sign that we need to like change things and tweak things medically. And it's like it does not matter how many drugs you put me on. I'm a crier. So it's not a bad thing. Don't feel bad. It's just who I am and how I just feel things. God damn. Thank you all. Thank you all so much for donating. Holy shit. I decided, okay, when I started doing this in July, August, July, I guess, I picked these really big numbers. I was like, let's go for it. Like, let's go for $1,000, which there was part of me that was like, at that time, I maybe had like 500 followers, which still blows my mind. Right. And so like in my mind, I was like, this is never going to happen. Like what kind of audacity do you have to ask for like $1,000? There's no way. But there was something in my heart and mind that's like, if you just ask for it, maybe it'll happen. Right. And so like, for you all to like step up and like donate and shit. Like it means so much. It means so much. So thank you. Really, really thank you. Hey, what happened? Fox Mulder, hi. Fox Mulder, we reached our goal of donating $1,000 to Black Girls Code. And so now I'm crying because we made it. And now I'm going to cry again. Yeah, it's just really exciting, guys. Thank you. It means a lot. No, don't do it. No! Ah! I'm going to die. Oh, no. Sunny! Thanks. Hey, thanks. Jesus Christ, dude. Sunny, thank you for the 10 gifted subs, you wild man. That's, God damn it. God damn it. Crying is good for you in so many ways. It's true. It's true. Tears of joy. Tears of the joy of cooking. Oh man. Thank you. Sunny, thank you for the 10 gifted subs. It's fucking wild. It's fucking wild and it's so generous. It's like stupid generous. Thank you for a gifted sub to Many Fall But One Remains. The Celior. Beautiful. Shameless Kumpungo. I don't know who that is, but you got some emotes. Dresden, Anthrodork, Nicole Rohr, Tainted, so many wonderful people. Just Meat and Bones, Anatoly Ashendes. Which is not to say that Shameless is not a good person. I just didn't recognize the name. But the rest of them I recognize. Thank you. Thank you, thank you. It's very sweet. Very much appreciated. Don't die yet. I just got here. Fox Mulder, welcome. It's good to see you. I'm not dying. I'm just crying a lot. I just have a lot of feelings. Thank you all. It's very sweet. Happy tears. The joys of ruining makeup in the best way, right? The reason I was running late is because I was like, ooh. Do you see this cut cheekbone right here? Oh, highlighter, baby. Really, really thank you. Shall we continue, dear friends? We're reading about CAT scans right now. Okay. Okay, everyone just settle down, okay? Just fucking calm down about it. Seeing random people's names pop up makes gifting subs kind of addicting. It is really funny because it's like, I didn't even know this was a person following me. Like I said, there's certain names that I'm like, I recognize. Yeah. Thanks, Annie. Thanks everyone else who donated. All right. Since its development in 1970s, oh my God, I've read this paragraph 17 times because every time I get interrupted by your beautiful generosity, you assholes. I love you all. Okay. I love that I just called you assholes. Deal with it. T. Miller, I think you requested CAT scans. Is there anything in particular that you were interested in investigating? Ooh, other uses. I'm kind of excited about other uses. Do you guys mind if we just skip on ahead to other uses of CAT scans? I'm gonna do it unless there's any naysayers in the chat. Okay, other uses for CAT scans. Industrial CAT scanning, industrial computed tomography, is a process which utilizes X-ray equipment to produce 3D representations of components both externally and internally. Industrial CT scans scanning has been utilized in many areas of industry for internal inspection of components. Some of the key uses for CT scanning have been flaw detection, failure analysis, metrology. Is that supposed to be metrology or meteorology? Hold on, what's metrology? Hold, please. Oh, metrology is a thing. The science of measurement. Okay, now we know. Assembly analysis, image-based finite element methods, and reverse engineering applications. CT scanning is also employed in the imaging and conservation of museum artifacts. That's what I knew from studying anthropology and studying archaeology. The little bit that I did was the way in which it's used for artifacts and things. Nah, I just thought of a C word. Take it where you wanna. Okay, cool. CAT scans. I see what you did there, Sunny. I see what you did there. All right, CT scanning is also found in application in transport security, predominantly airport security, where it is currently used in materials analysis context for explosives detection. Explosive detection device. And it is also under consideration for automated baggage parcel security scanning using computer vision-based object recognition algorithms that target the detection of specific threat items based on 3D appearance, i.e. guns, knives, liquid containers, etc. Geological use. X-ray CT is used in geological studies to quickly reveal materials inside a drill core. Dense minerals such as pyrite and barite appear brighter, and less dense components such as clay appear dull in CT images. That's cool. That's really cool. Cultural heritage use. Let's see. We can go further down the rabbit hole, get into... Ooh, Marie Curie. Okay. Hold on, let me... If I don't open it up, I will forget. Open up the tab. Done. Okay. Cultural heritage use. X-ray CT and micro CT can also be used for the conservation and preservation of objects of cultural heritage. For many fragile objects, direct research and observation can be damaging and can degrade the object over time. Using CT scans, conservators, and researchers are able to determine the material composition of the objects they are exploring, such as the position of ink along the layers of a scroll, without any additional harm. These scans have been optimal for research focused on the workings of the Antikythera mechanism? The fuck is that? Whoa! Antikythera mechanism is an ancient Greek hand-powered orrery, described as the oldest example of an analog computer. What? Man, I wish I would have known about this for a week. Don't worry, season 2. Already thinking ahead to season 2 when we just repeat the alphabet again. I don't fucking know, but what Antikythera mechanism. What the fuck? The fuck is this shit? We can do a catch-up wiki thing every 5 letters because I forgot. We could do like a random week where it's like all of the things that you forgot, letters like A through D or E or whatever. That's not a bad idea, Sunny. I actually really like that. Because like so many weeks, there's things where it's like, oh man, I wish we would have known about this during A week, right? No, that's not a bad idea, Sunny. I like that. I'm workshopping it in my brain. We'll figure it out. I like that. Yeah, no, because Sunny, I really want to, I just added it to the list because I'm like, I need to learn about this. I need to learn. Well, so when I initially came up with this idea, I was really fearful of not having material, essentially. I didn't know how wonderful you all would be with this. And also like, it's the idea of like going down a Wikipedia rabbit hole without some sort of like theme was really scary to me. But it seems maybe possible to, I don't know. I like the idea of random week, like catch up week, where it's like, okay, anything A through D, for example, that we missed, we can look up this week, kind of a thing. I like it, Sunny. We'll try it. Awesome how intricate the build was considering the time it was made, right? This blows my mind. Okay, so the oldest example of an analog computer used to predict astronomical positions and eclipses decades in advance. Could also be used to track the 4-year cycle of an athletic games, like the Olympics. Okay, it's on the list. It's on the list. We're gonna figure it out. It's on the list. Yes. Gamers would install Doom on that thing. In ancient Greece, gamers installed Doom on an Antikythera system. That's really fucking cool, though, for real. Okay, the text hidden inside the charred outer layers of the Engedi scroll. That's another one. It's like ancient Hebrew parchment found in 1970 at Engedi, Israel, Radiocarbon testing dates the scroll back to 3rd or 4th century CE, although paleographical considerations suggest that the scrolls may date back to the 1st or 2nd century CE. Okay, so one of the earliest artifact kind of things that we know of from carbon dating, I think. Yeah. However, they are not optimal for every object subject to these kinds of research questions. There are certain artifacts like Herculaneum. Herculaneum papyri. Something about paper. More than 1,800 papyri found in the Herculaneum villa of papyri in the 18th century, carbonized by the eruption of Mount Vesuvius. And now you know. In which the material composition has very little variation along the inside of the object. After scanning these objects, computational methods can be employed to examine the insides of these objects, as was the case with virtual unwrapping of the Engedi scroll and Herculaneum papyri. Micro CT has also proved useful for analyzing more recent artifacts, such as still sealed historic correspondence that employed the technique of letter locking, complex folding and cuts that provided a tamper evident locking system. Fancy! Okay, what else? Presentation? Interpretation? Or are we over it? The science ones, I'm like, are we over it? Did we read enough science words? I think I might, unless anyone has a specific thing that they're curious about with CT scans, I might move on to camels. Do y'all want to move on to camels with me? Here's my plan. I'm going to go get more coffee. I'm also going to go pee. I'm also going to just like, from all your generosity and kindness, I just need to, real quick. And then I'll be back. Let's see. This reminds me of that Friends episode where Joey buys the V encyclopedia. That's basically what this is. it's just like a prolonged version of that, essentially. Camels. All right, when I return, we are going to talk about camels. Okay? Seen so many spinal x-rays. So over it. Spinal x-rays are so last year. Okay, if you need a beverage or a snack or, to go cry off camera, now is a great time to do it. I'll see you all real soon. Thank you for being here. All right. Back in action. I have more coffee. I chugged some water. I am really feeling it, Mr. Krabs. If you stuck around, thank you. If you didn't, I don't blame you. What's happening with my hair and with my life? Sorry. Okay. It's just going to be a floof because that's how my hair is. Thank you for sticking around. I appreciate you. Campbell's, you know. We can look up Campbell's soup. Campbell, Campbell soup. Wiki. All right, we've added it to the list. Don't worry. It's really just my bad diction. Honestly. Okay, so beep, beep, beep. Also, quick, just in case it got lost earlier. Oh, sorry if you said it. It did get lost earlier, so thank you for repeating. Now that it's relevant again, double hump bacterian camel because it looks like a bee. Single hump dromedary camel because it looks like a D. I love little like effective like what is that called? I guess it's not really a mnemonic device, but like little just like memory things where it's like, aha, now I know. Very smart. I like how you got coffee for the letter C. I did. It was just purely for the letter C, not because I just drink coffee all the time. All right, camels. Again, why does disambiguation keep coming up? I don't want to know. Okay, a camel is an even-toed ungulate in the genus Camelus that bears distinctive fatty deposits known as humps on its back. Camels have long been domesticated, and as livestock, they provide food, milk and meat, and textiles, fiber and felt from their hair. Camels are working animals. They are of the working class, these blue-collar animals. Especially suited to their desert habitat and are vital means of transportation for passengers and cargo. There are 3 surviving species of camel. One humped, oh my god, fun for the win with your dromedary Bactrian facts. I like it. So one humped, sorry, wait, where am I? Working animals suited for their desert. There are 3 surviving species of camel. One humped dromedary makes up 94% of the world's camel population. Did you know this? I didn't know that the one humped boys were more popular. That's not, I don't mean that they're more popular. You know what I mean. Okay, but 94% of the world's camel population. Two humped Bactrian camel makes up 6%. Did you all know this? Did you know that one humped camels are far more prevalent than two humped camels? Because when I think of like my like picture of a camel that comes into my brain is a two-humped camel. I'm fascinated. I did not know. The double boys are in the Gobi. Am I right? Ooh, we're gonna find out. You might be right. The wild Bactrian camel is a separate species and is now critically endangered. The word camel, also used informally in a wider sense, where the more correct term is camelid. To include all 7 species along the family Camelidae. The true camels, the above 3 species, along with the New World camelids. Sorry, my mind was just blown. Llama, alpaca, and guanaco, and vicuña. Okay, first of all, I don't know what a guanaco is. Cute. Okay. All right. Vicuña I did know, so I didn't realize. But yeah, okay, so South American camelids. It makes sense that llamas and alpacas are related to camels, but I had no idea. I did not know. If I had a nickel for every time I'm like, in this little Wikipedia verse of ours, it would be a lot of nickels. The word itself is derived via Latin, camelus, and Greek, camelos, from Hebrew, Arabic, Phoenician, gamel. All right, so what do we want to know here? We want to know distribution and numbers for Sunny to figure out the Gobi Desert thing. Taxonomy is interesting to me. Genetics evolution is interesting to me. Food uses Australia. What's that about? Religion, interesting. Cultural depictions, interesting. Distribution and numbers. So I mean, do we just go for it? Do we just deep dive into the camel waters? Blue collar camel knocks on the door. Hi, I'm here to fix your plumbing. Basically, I just love that they were like, these working animals. Camels are working animals. They're working stiffs. I just thought that was really funny. Let's see. Alpacas are the surfer boys of the camel species. Yeah, I can see it. They're like the stoners. Look up at them and imagine them saying, dude, what's up, bro? Yeah. Australia bit will be interesting. I'm pretty sure I know the fact they're going to cover. Okay, we'll take a look. We'll take a look here. So, taxonomy. Oh, here they are. Look at these boys. Okay, so, Bactrian camel. Look at this guy. Just so furry and proud. Okay, so, domesticated Central Asia, including the historical region of Bactria. Dromedary camels, Arabian camels, domesticated Middle East, Sahara Desert, Afghanistan, introduced to Australia. We will look into it. Wild Bactrian camels, remote areas of northwest China and Mongolia. Interesting. Thick neck boy. He's got a thick neck. 2 C's at least. Where's my Cusco? Good old Cusco. Man, that is a good movie. Why can't I? The Emperor's New Groove. It's a fun one. Okay, so biology. Average life expectancy of a camel is 40 to 50 years. A full-grown adult dromedary camel stands 1.8 meters, so 6'1", at the shoulder, and 2.15 meters, 7'1" at the hump. Bactrian camels can be a foot taller. Oh, interesting. Camels can run up to 65 kilometers per hour. That's fucking fast. 40 miles per hour in short bursts and sustained speeds of 40 kilometers an hour, 25 miles per hour. Bactrian camels weigh 300 to 1,000 kilograms, so a ton essentially, 660 to 2,200 pounds. And dromedaries, 300 to 600 kilograms, huge, 660 to 1,320. Hold please. Sick mute. Good mute before the cough. Killing it. The widening toes on a camel's hoof provide supplemental grip for varying soil sediments. The male dromedary camel has an organ called a dullah in its throat, a large inflatable sac he extrudes from his mouth when in rut to assert dominance and attract females. Fuck. It's gonna be a humps. What? That's wild. Okay. Camels mate by having both male and female sitting on the ground. Male mounting from behind. Nice. Camel mates by having both male and female sitting on the ground. So right, I read that already. The male usually ejaculates 3 or 4 times within a single mating session. Cool. Camelids are the only ungulates to mate in a sitting position. And now we know. Camel sex. Okay, hold on. Hold on. We're gonna skip ahead. Hybrid camel. We're gonna skip ahead to hybrid camel. One hump. What? Okay, so the hybrid camel, a hybrid between Bactrian and dromedary camels, has one hump, though it has an indentation of 4 to 12 centimeters, 1.6 to 4.7 inches deep, that divides the front from the back. The hybrid is 2.1 blah, 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 at the shoulder, blah, blah, blah. Okay, so it can carry more than either of the dromedary or Bactrian can. Not gonna lie, I got thrown off by the camel sex and them having sex on the ground because they're sitting. I got thrown. And then the multiple ejaculations, it was a lot to read. I chose this life. Anyway, okay. Those are gross. Watch the vid. Nope, won't. Of the doula, not the other bit. Oh, thank you for specifying. That's a camel hump I didn't know about. Brings a whole new meaning to hump day. Am I right? Ladies. Okay, let's see this real quick. Because I can't, my brain can't, like, picture it. Let me stop the music for just a second. And then let me see if I can, What? So weird. Camels are so weird. Camels, man. Okay, well, now we know. Thank you, Sunny. Now we know. Anyway, moving on. What do I want to do? Evolution. I wanted to look at the evolution. That's a thing. It is a thing. Sorry, stretching is a thing as well. Yeah, no, it's a thing that I didn't know about with camels. I didn't know. Well, okay. well, camels. All right. Evolution. The earliest known camel, known as Protolopus, lived in North America 40 to 50 million years ago during the Eocene. Is about the size of a rabbit. What? Okay, here's what's funny, because like when you think about like species of the past, especially around that era, you think I always think of like megafauna, right? And so like generally animals from that time tend to be like way bigger than they are now. So it's funny that this was like tiny camel, rabbit camel, about the size of a rabbit, lived in the open woodlands of what is now South Dakota. By 35 million years ago, the Pobrotherium was the size of a goat and had many more traits similar to camels and llamas. The hoofed stenomylus, which walked on the tips of its toes, also existed around this time, and the long-necked epicamelus evolved in the Miocene. Interesting. Okay, the ancestor of modern camels, Paracamelus, migrated into Eurasia from North America via the Beringia, so Bering Strait, right? During the late Miocene, between 7.5 and 6.5 million years ago. During the Pleistocene, oh man, my archaeology, anthropology knowledge is just like gone. Pleistocene. Around 3 to 1 million years ago, the North American Camelidae spread to South America as part of the Great American Interchange. Okay, yep. Via the newly formed Isthmus of Panama, where they gave rise to the guanacos and related animals. Vinucas? Yeah. Populations of Paracamelus continue to exist in North American Arctic into late Pleistocene. This creature is estimated to have stood around 9 feet. See, that's what I'm talking about. Megafauna. Fucking huge ass camels. So 2.7 meters tall. The Bactrian camel diverged from the dromedary, about 1 million years ago, according to the fossil record. Interesting. Is that why, perhaps, there's such a smaller population of Bactrian camels? Makes sense. The last camel native to North America was Camelops hesternus, which vanished along with horses, short-faced bears. What are short-faced bears? Hold on. Short-faced bears? Short-faced bear. Should we look up short-faced bears later? Not today, but later in the future, maybe? Okay, so horses, short-faced bears, mammoths, mastodons, ground sloths. Ground sloths are huge too. See, megafauna. Saber-toothed cats, and many other megafauna, coinciding with the migration of humans from Asia at the end of the Pleistocene around 15 to 11,000 years ago. I want to see these pictures. Here's the stenomylus. Here's their skeletons. They do have much more akin, like I don't know, similarity in terms of like look. Their aesthetic is much more that of like an alpaca or a llama, yeah, or a vicuña. Pobrotherium skeleton. Procamelus skull. Their skulls are really interesting. Huh. Have we looked up? Have we talked about their domestication is interesting. Does it have anything about their diet? Hold, please. I do want to read about their domestication, but I just wanted to see if I missed things. Ecological, behavioral adaptations. Let's just do. It's only about them as a food source. It doesn't seem to say what they eat. That's interesting. Okay, moving on. We want to know about the domestication. Short-faced bears are terrifying. They're cool. I'll write it down. I'll add it to the list. Hold on. Okay, short-faced bears. S week. All right, we'll look them up later. Short-faced bears make me think of Care Bears for some reason. My brain is built different. Same. Well, I was like, what did we... Oh, earlier there was some sort of bizarre tangent that me and Fenaria, both of our brains, interpreted it the same way. So you're among friends, Fox Mulder. You're fine. Okay, domestication. Ready? Like horses, camels originated in North America and eventually spread across Beringia to Asia. They survived in the Old World, and eventually humans domesticated them and spread them globally. Along with many other megafauna in North America, the original wild camels were wiped out during the spread of the first indigenous peoples of the Americas from Asia into North America 10 to 12,000 years ago, although fossils have never been associated with definitive evidence of hunting. Most camels surviving today are domesticated, although feral populations exist in Australia. Feral populations. Australia, India, Kazakhstan. Wild camels survive only in the wild Bactrian camel population of the Gobi Desert. You did it, Sunny. Wild camels survive only in the wild Bactrian camel population. Interesting. So the rest of the camels as we know them are domesticated then, is what that is implying, yes? Interesting. Huh, okay. History. When humans first domesticated camels is disputed. The first domesticated dromedaries may have been in southern Arabia around 3000 BCE, or as late as 1000 BCE, and Bactrian camels in Central Asia around 2500 BCE. As the Shari-Sukte, known as the Burnt City, Iran. Martin Heidi's 2010 work on the domestication of the camel tentatively concludes that humans had domesticated the Bactrian camel by at least the middle of the 3rd millennium, somewhere east of the Zagros Mountains, with the practice then moving into Mesopotamia. Heidi suggests that mentions of camels in the patriarchal narratives may refer, at least in some places, to the Bactrian camel, while noting that the camel is not mentioned in relationship to Canaan? I think Canaan, like a Canaanite, right? Okay. Recent excavations in the Timna Valley by Ladar Sapir Hen and Erez Ben Yosef discovered what may have been the earliest domestic camel bones yet found in Israel or even around the Arabian Peninsula, dating to around 930 BC. This garnered considerable media coverage, as it is strong evidence that with stories of Abraham, Jacob, Esau, and Joseph were written after this time. Huh. The existence of camels in Mesopotamia, but not in the eastern Mediterranean lands, is not a new idea. The historian Richard Bulliet did not think that the occasional mention of camels in the Bible meant that the domestic camels were common in the Holy Land at that time. The archaeologist William F. Albright, writing even earlier, saw camels in the Bible as an anachronism. That's pretty cool. I think people forget sometimes that the Bible was written by human beings, you know? That's really cool. That's interesting. Let's see. Chinese culture fascinates me. Take away all of their later communist crap, and it's one of the greatest civilizations to ever exist. Yeah, for sure. I mean, even if we look at that, like, I mean, in terms of like the kind of communist term of China, like, regardless of the kind of awful implications and genocide and things that have kind of come to pass as a result of that, like, it's still very much a part of their history. And I think too, like, and I don't know much about ancient Chinese civilization and Chinese history or culture, but I do think that, you know, all of those things kind of are informed by one another. And so I think that the ancient kind of history lends itself to, you know, explanations, or at the very least, like, connections to, you know, the political leanings of China now and in recent memory. But yeah, for sure. I wonder, can we look up maybe Chinese civilization? I don't know if that'll work for Wiki, but we'll see what comes up. They just have history of China, Chinese civilization, maybe. What comes up here? See also. I mean, we can just look at Chinese culture. Do you want to look up Chinese culture later? We'll read about Chinese culture later, Fox Mulder. We're adding it to the list. What did we? Right, the Bible. Right, okay. All right, here's the official report by Sapir Hen and Ben Joseph. The introduction of the dromedary camel, Camelus dromedarius, as a pack animal to the southern Levant substantially facilitated trade across the vast deserts of Arabia, promoting both economic and social change. This has generated extensive discussion regarding the date of the earliest domestic camel in the southern Levant and beyond. Most scholars today agree that dromedary was exploited as a pack animal sometime in the early Iron Age. Current data from copper smelting sites of the Arava Valley enable us to pinpoint the introduction of domestic camels to the southern Levant more precisely based on stratigraphic context associated with the extensive suite of radiocarbon dates. The data indicated that this event occurred not earlier than the last third of the 10th century BC, and most probably during this time. The coincidence of this event with major reorganization of the copper industry of the region, attributed the results of the campaign of Pharaoh Shoshank I, raises the possibility that the two were connected and that camels were introduced as part of the efforts to improve efficiency by facilitating trade. Look at all these camel pictures. Camel serving as a draft animal in Pakistan. 2009. A camel in a ceremonial procession, its rider playing kettle drums, Mughal Empire, 1840. Petroglyph of the camel, Negev, southern Israel prior to 5,300 BC. Joseph Sells Grain by Bartholomew Breenberg, showing a camel with a rider at the left, 1655. Levant, did I do it? Thanks, honey. Good afternoon. Has anyone made the C is for cookie that's good enough for me joke yet? No, but we are going to add Cookie Monster to the list now. Thank you for that. What's up, Pastor Dave? It's good to see you. All right, Cookie Monster. Wiki. Let's go. Oh, man, my back. Guys, I'm 32, and my back is very upset at me, and I don't know why. Okay, anyway. Cookie Monster, Muppet Wiki. I love that Muppet Wiki is a thing. Here we go. All right, I wanted to look up the Australia thing. So let's take a look-see. Okay, Australia. Camel meat is also occasionally found in Australian cuisine. For example, camel lasagna is available in Alice Springs. Australia has exported camel meat primarily to the Middle East, but also to Europe and the US for many years. The meat is very popular among East African Australians, such as Somalis, and other Australians have also been buying it. The feral nature of the animals means they produce a different type of meat to farmed camels in other parts of the world, and it is sought after because it is disease-free and a unique genetic group. Demand is outstripping supply, and governments are being urged not to cull the camels, but redirect the cost of the cull into developing the market. Australia has 7 camel dairies, which produce milk, cheese, and skincare products in addition to meat. That's fucking wild. Didn't know that. Cookie Monster hype. We'll learn all together. If they have, I missed it. Yeah, no one. You're the first to make that joke. Laughs in decrepit, nearly 51 in a few short hours old. First of all, Wondergoon, does that mean it's your birthday soon? Happy birthday. I just feel it all the time. I just feel it. And like, I understand that I'm not that old. I'm very young. I'm so young. And yet on Twitch and on the internet, I'm very old. I have to remind myself like constantly that like so many of the people that I interact with on Twitch and just like in general are like in their early 20s. I love you, you early 20 babies. It just reminds me of my mortality. But for real, something is happening in my back and I don't like it. Tomorrow! Happy birthday tomorrow! Of course you're Aquarius. Of course! Makes total sense. And you got just like a little bit of Capricorn in you, right? Right? Just like a little bit of a cuspy kind of a situation. I can see it. I love my Aquarians. Happy birthday, Goon. I hope you have a wonderful birthday. Star Knuckle, hello. Yeah, no, you get it, right? I was going to say, I think you have a younger fan base than I do, probably. Fan base, that sounds fucking weird. But it's true. By the way, if you guys don't know Star Knuckle, highly recommend you go check out my little brother. By the way, Ben, I just started playing Banjo-Kazooie. And it's one of those, just like Mario, where I'm like, I'm pretty sure I've never actually beaten this game. I'm pretty sure that Star Knuckle had to beat certain levels for me. But I'm very excited about it so far. Side note, the controls for it suck. I feel like I need to get a different controller for it to make sense. Like, it's fine. I'm getting used to it. But, like, it's just not the same as playing with an N64 controller. Anyway, welcome. It's good to see you. Exactly. No cap. Did I do that right? No. Yeah, right? Yeah, no cap. Yeah. Poggers. I had Sunny. I had to look up the no cap thing the other day because I didn't know what was happening. But now I know. Thanks, TikTok. I don't have a TikTok. Anyway. Timothy was trying to think about being really old, and he got to 36 before giving up. I read this thing the other day that was like from a newspaper, and it was like children tell you what they think happens when you're 40, and like one of them was like, I'm old, I'm walking around with a cane and just waiting for death to come. I was like, holy fuck, dude. Whoever this like 8-year-old is, it's like, yikes. Samesies. It's almost like we're both in our early 30s or something. Okay. Are we good on camels? I feel like we've learned a lot about camels. I'm kind of ready to move on to something. What is this? Oh, it's just a camel. This is just it's just a camel. Here's a skeleton. Here's a camel skeleton. All right. Cornucopia. I'm not kidding, though. My back is really upset at me, so I just feel the need to, like, stretch it out real quick. Hi, welcome to my shirt. My shirt's pretty cool. This is one of my favorite shirts. I digress. I need to stretch real bad. Ugh. It's like, you know, when you, like, feel in your back that you need to pop it, but you can't? That's what I'm feeling right now. Welcome to this awesome camera angle. But for real, this shirt is sick. You can't tell me otherwise. This shirt's the best. Okay, cornucopia. Are we ready? Definitely using a cane and waiting for death. Aren't we all? Aren't we all? Yeah, right? Isn't that great? Do you remember when they're like, get the F out? So here's my pandas. Here, hold on. We'll really get into it. It's pandas there's a panda hitting the other panda with a folding chair, and then it says WWF because I am indeed a child of the 90s, and I remember get the F out. I remember. World Wildlife Fund was like, no wrestling. You can't use that. So that's when WWF became WWE. And now you know. But yeah, I love this shirt. A big fan of this shirt. Cornucopia, are we ready? I think we all want to see panda wrestling. It would just be, I mean, pandas are just like so floppy and they just like roll around, and like it would be adorable, I think. It'd be very cute. Okay, so in the classical antiquity, the cornucopia, from Latin cornu, horn, and copia, abundance, also called the horn of plenty, was a symbol of abundance and nourishment, commonly a large horn-shaped container overflowing with produce, flowers, or nuts. Baskets or panniers? Panniers. I love how when I can't pronounce something, I just say it 3 times in a row the exact same way. Panniers of this form were traditionally used in Western Asia and Europe to hold and carry newly harvested food products. The horn-shaped basket would be worn on the back or slung around the torso, leaving the harvester's hands free for picking. Let's take a look at all these things. Wow. Sorry. I don't know what that reaction was, but like I don't okay, so hold on. This little like poster, this kind of like bygone era artwork kind of like I don't even know what era this artwork would be, but it reminds me of like turn of the 18th century kind of like art, I guess. 18th century? 20th century. Sorry, like 1900s, early 1900s art. Like maybe like Depression era. I don't know what I'm talking about. Can you tell I don't know? I don't know what I'm talking about. But something about that with cornucopia, it just like there was like a weird disconnect in my brain. I don't understand how they came together. Words are hard. Gonna continue. Pandas are too lazy to mate, so I doubt a panda of WrestleMania would be all that. I believe Penier is French. I think you're right. It sounds French to me. JJ Money Penny, hello. You sound like you know what you're talking about. Hey. Thanks. It's good to see you. What are you up to? I was gonna say I have 2 ABBA fans in my chat. Ooh, feels so fancy. All right, we're doing Wikipedia with me, by the way. Welcome. This is C week, so we're looking up things that start with the letter C. I'm very knowledgeable, obviously. Panier, probably. All right, so cornucopias. In Greek and Roman mythology offers multiple explanations of the origin of the cornucopia. One of the best known involves the birth and nurturance of the infant Zeus, who had been hidden from his devouring father, Cronus. Zeus and Cronus are both so fucked up. Okay, anyway. In a cave on Mount Ida? Eh? The island of Crete, baby Zeus was cared for and protected by a number of divine attendants, including the goat Amalthea, nourishing goddess, who fed him with her milk. Okay, you know what I just realized? I didn't actually read these thingies. Allegorical depiction of the Roman goddess Abundantia with cornucopia by Rubens. Look at this cornucopia. And then we got this one. Allegory of Fortune by Salvatore Rosa, representing Fortuna, the goddess of luck with the horn of plenty. There it is again. And then we have this cornucopia that made my brain break. Okay, so nourishing goddess, who fed him with her milk, the suckling future king of the gods. I don't like that description at all. Had unusual abilities and strength, and in playing with his nursemaid, accidentally broke off one of her horns? Did she have horns? Or did they mean her horns? She must have had, like, horns, right? Okay, which then had the divine power to provide unending nourishment as the foster mother had to the god. Anyway, I believe that beautiful face. Hey, thanks. Very sweet. Zeus's ancestry always ended up by getting killed by the youngest child. That's why he never stops fucking. Okay, she was a goat goddess. Thank you. There we go. Did it say goat goddess? It didn't, but thank you for clarifying, because I was like, what do they mean horns? Good. I was going to joke about the name Abundantia. Jesus H, tap dancing Christ. Abundantia being kind of on the nose, but then I realized abundant probably refers to her instead of the other way around. I was kind of thinking that too. I was like, oh, it's kind of like unobtainium. It's like, come on. But no, I see it. I kind of had a similar mental gymnastics thing happening. All right, in another myth, the cornucopia was created when Hercules wrestled with the river god Achelous and ripped off one of his horns. River gods were sometimes depicted as horned. This version represented the Achelous and Hercules mural painting. Nope, okay. By the American regionalist artist Thomas Hart Benton. The cornucopia became the attribute of several Greek and Roman deities, particularly those associated with the harvest, prosperity, or spiritual abundance, such as personifications of Earth, Gaia or Terra, the child Plutus, god of riches, and the son of the grain goddess Demeter, the nymph Maya, and Fortuna, the goddess of luck, who had the power to grant prosperity. In Roman imperial cult, abstract Roman deities who fostered peace, Pax Romana, and prosperity were also depicted with a cornucopia, including I don't know why it's so hard. Abundantia. Abundantia. It's fine. Abundance personified. And Anana, the goddess of grain supply to the city of Rome. Hades, the classical ruler of the underworld in the mystery religions. Mystery religions? Do they just mean like mythos? Okay, anyway. Was a giver of agricultural, mineral, and spiritual wealth, and in art often holds a cornucopia. And now we know. You can say Heracles too, same thing. Okay, thank you. Sometimes reading is it's a thing, you know. All right, modern depictions. In modern depictions, the cornucopia is typically a hollow horn-shaped wicker basket filled with various kinds of festive fruit and vegetables. In most of North America, the cornucopia has come to be associated with Thanksgiving and the harvest. Cornucopia is also the name of the annual November food and wine celebration in Whistler, British Columbia, Canada. The two cornucopias are seen in the flag and the state seal of Idaho. Really? I didn't know that. The Great Seal of Northern Carolina depicts liberty standing and plenty holding a cornucopia. The coat of arms of Colombia, Panama, Peru, and Venezuela, and the coat of arms in the state of Victoria, Australia, also feature the cornucopia, symbolizing prosperity. In Terry Pratchett's Discworld series of fantasy novels, which, by the way, that's another one. Okay, so we've been talking a lot lately about fandoms that you're intimidated by, that you, like, want to get into. Discworld is one that I would love, like, Terry Pratchett in general, I would love to get into. For whatever reason, I wasn't really raised with Terry Pratchett, and I haven't read it, like, any Terry Pratchett. Discworld is one that I really want to get into, but again, it's just, like, such a, like, big breadth of work that it's like, where do you start? You know what I mean? Anyway, the witch Tiffany Aching was briefly in possession of the cornucopia, which is badge of offer of summer, when she contracted avatarism, as well as pedfecundis. What? Page does not exist. Why is there a fake link to it then? During the events of Wintersmith. This causes problems by spurting out food and animals, including a massive flock of chickens. You were thinking of the Tiffany Aching plotline? Okay, so fun. You're one that I can talk to about Discworld and where to start. I wonder if the cornucopia cone has a link to Xmas stockings, as well as a lot of Christian celebrations are based on pagan rituals. Yeah, totally. That's a great point. I don't know, but that makes sense. Yeah. Anytime fun? Okay, all right, I'll hit you up. The motif of the cornucopia is used in the book series The Hunger Games. In the eponymous gladiatorial games described in the series, a large horn-like cache filled with weapons and equipment is placed at the starting point. This cache serves as a focal point of fighting during the game's first minutes and is even called the cornucopia. In the film adaptation, the national anthem of Panem, the series' primary setting, is called the Horn of Plenty, which is mentioned several times in the lyrics. The Horn of Plenty is used for body art and at Halloween as a symbol of fertility, fortune, and abundance. Had to? What did you clip? What did you clip me? What did you clip me? I'll watch it later. Thank you for the clip. I don't know why. I'm like simultaneously very grateful for clips, and I'm also like, how dare you? Thank you for making the clip. I will watch it later. I bet I'm amazingly witty and charismatic in it. Okay, shall we continue? Okay, so we've got a statue of a Ptolemaic queen, perhaps Cleopatra VII, with the cornucopia. 2nd century statuette of a Hellenistic god, Harpocrates, with a cornucopia in Dion's Archaeological Museum. I would love to go to that museum too. I would love to go to all the museums. Statue of Fortuna, Roman copy after Greek original from the 4th century BC. Everyone's got a cornucopia. It's a thing. Oh no, Wondergoon's laughing. What did I do? I'll watch it later. Okay. What else? Allegory of Peace by Girolamo Campagna. Late 16th century, early 17th century, after models from circa 1585-86. Bronze. L'Abondance par Antoine Calvert. A sculpture at the Palace of Versailles. Beautiful, gorgeous, love it. Personification of the Americas with an alligator, a parrot, and a cornucopia. All symbols of the New World. This is wild. What else we got? Cornucopia in the Statue of Flora in... that's a lot of consonants. Poland. Louis the 16th style armchair with a pair of cornucopia in the Cabinet Doré de la Reine of the Palace of Versailles. So Versailles was very into the cornucopia thing. Opulence, you know. Makes sense. Makes sense. Makes sense. Amazing pronunciation. Well done. Thanks. I'm trying. Okay. Pair of cornucopia in the Opera Nationale. Fuck. Opera National de Lorraine from Nancy. What? From Nancy? I didn't know this was a thing. Nancy is the prefecture of the northeastern French department of Meurthe-et-Moselle. It was the capital of the Duchy of Lorraine, which was annexed by France under King Louis the 15th in 1766, replaced by a province with Nancy maintained as a capital. Nancy, who knew? Okay, stuccos with pairs of cornucopia in the BCR headquarters building from Bucharest, Romania. Coat of arms of Colombia. There they are. Coat of arms in, oh man, Copiapó, Chile. It's in all sorts of coat of arms, like they said. Philippines, Seal of North Carolina, coat of arms of Huntingdonshire, England, coat of arms Peru, coat of arms in Ukraine. Europe forcing the wild bull on its knees, pouring out the cornucopia with blessings of prosperity. Sar Luis Town Hall. And now we know. Cornucopias. You remember all those duchies I showed you? Oh, kind of. Kind of. Kind of. The answer is kind of. Remind me, though. Teach us about duchies. That Louis chair looks comfy as fuck. It does look very nice. It's got a good seat to it, you know. All right, cornucopia. We did it. We did read the whole thing, basically. Done and done. Shall we go to Caesar salad now? Are you all ready to read about Caesar salad? Quite posh, very posh. As I do recall, Caesar salad is actually a Mexican thing. Yeah, place of origin, Mexico. Which I feel like no one ever talks about. Let's look at it. A Caesar salad, also spelled Caesar, and Caesar, is a green salad of romaine lettuce, croutons dressed with lemon juice or lime juice, olive oil, egg, Worcestershire sauce, anchovies, garlic, Dijon mustard, Parmesan cheese, and black pepper. Caesar salads are delicious. Let's just shout out Caesar salads. In its original form, this salad was prepared and served tableside. The salad's creation is generally attributed to the restaurateur Cesare Cardini, an Italian immigrant who operated restaurants in Mexico and the United States. His daughter Rosa recounted that her father invented the salad at his restaurant Caesar's at the Hotel Caesar in Tijuana, Mexico. When a 4th of July rush in 1924 depleted the kitchen's supplies, Cardini made do with what he had, adding the dramatic flair of the tableside tossing by the chef. Cardini was living in San Diego, but he was also working in Tijuana, where he avoided the restrictions of the Prohibition. A number of Cardini staff have said that they invented the dish. Interesting. Full circle! We were talking about Julia Child earlier. Julia Child said she had eaten a Caesar salad at Cardini's restaurant when she was a child in the 1920s. In 1946, newspaper columnist Dorothy Kilgallen wrote of a Caesar containing anchovies differing from Cardini's version. The big food rage in Hollywood, the Caesar salad, will be introduced to New Yorkers by Gilmore's Steakhouse. It is an intricate concoction that takes ages to prepare and contains zowie. Lots of what is Anyway, contains zowie. Lots of garlic, raw or slightly coddled eggs, croutons, romaine, anchovies, Parmesan cheese, olive oil, vinegar, and plenty of black pepper. You live near Worcester? Am I saying it correctly? I know there's hot debate about like Worcestershire and Worcestershire. I always have just said Worcestershire, which is probably not correct, but that's how I've always heard it. Have you ever had a made-at-your-table Caesar salad at a restaurant? I don't think I have. The only like tableside kind of thing I've had like tableside guacamole at like Mexican restaurants. I want to say like a tableside, like not like a creme brulee, but some sort of like flaming dish of sorts. I feel like that's another like tableside thing I've done. But like I've never had a tableside Caesar salad before. I feel like I'm missing out probably. Worcester. So should it be Worcestershire? Worcestershire sauce? My main thing with Caesar salad is that on March 15th, the Ides of March, I have to eat one and say, "Et tu brute," when I first stab it with my fork. I fucking love that. That's great. Okay, March 15th, Ides of March, I'm gonna have a Caesar salad just for you fun. Also because they're fucking delicious. English being English and all that. Yeah, English is wild. Benjamin! Sorry, Star Knuckle! That emote is so good. I'm really glad you found it because I was like, I looked through my old, sorry, doxed ya. I was looking through my old scrapbooks and I was like, I don't know why I cannot find that picture because I thought for sure I had a copy of it. I'm so glad you found it. Look at that little face. Look at that little face. That's so good, Ben. That's so good, Star Knuckle. It's so good. Oh man, so good. That emote. Chef's kiss. Okay, more about Caesar salads. According to Rosa Cardini, the original Caesar salad, unlike his brother Alex's aviator salad, which was later renamed to Caesar salad, did not contain pieces of anchovy. The slight anchovy flavor comes from Worcestershire? Now I can't remember how I used to pronounce it. Worcestershire? Cardini was opposed to using anchovies in his salad. Okay. In the 1970s, Cardini's daughter said that the original recipe included whole lettuce leaves, which were meant to be lifted by the stem and eaten with the fingers, coddled eggs, and Italian olive oil. Although the original recipe does not contain anchovies, modern recipes typically include anchovies as the key ingredient, which frequently is emulsified in bottled versions. Bottled Caesar dressings are now produced and marketed by many companies. The trademark brands Cardini's and Caesar Cardini's and the original Caesar dressing are all claimed to date to February 1950, although they were only registered decades later. More than a dozen varieties of bottled Cardini's dressing are available today with various ingredients. As the salad moved north to the U.S., a key ingredient changed with the recipe. Lemon juice is commonly used, despite the original Caesar salad opting for lime, because it was in Mexico, and that's what they had available, and it makes sense. It is thought the confusion came from the Spanish word for lime being limon, which sounds like lemon. Everyone gets confused about lima and limon. Limon. Okay, anyway, it's one of those Spanish things that's really tricky because like, so I teach English to speakers of other languages. I work with a lot of Spanish speakers, and so it's one of those. It's like it's always like this weird debate of like, what do you call this citric fruit kind of a thing? Because Spanish is more consistent than English, but also like we're very stuck on this idea that like lemon is yellow, lime is green, and it's just not as like cut and dry in Spanish speaking culture. Anyway, the latter, Worcestershire, that was perfect for locals. Okay, all right, good to know. Limon verde though, I get it, right? Yeah, so you have like limon, you have lima. Yeah, it's confusing. Yeah. Okay, common ingredients. Romaine or cos lettuce? Zifok? Oh, it's just another word for romaine lettuce. Got it. Olive oil, crushed garlic, salt, Dijon mustard, black pepper, lemon juice, Worcestershire sauce, anchovies, raw or coddled eggs, grated Parmesan cheese, and croutons. Variations include varying the leaf, adding meat such as grilled chicken or bacon, omitting ingredients such as anchovies and eggs. Yeah, the coddled egg thing I feel like is not as common in Caesar salads now, right? Silly oranges bucking the lime lemon naming trend. It's true. Well, and I think that like oranges being naturally sweeter, like it makes sense to have like a delineation there. But yeah, limes and lemons. It's a confusing thing in Spanish speaking culture. It's interesting. All right, health concerns. Egg as food contamination. There is an inherent risk of infection by Salmonella bacteria occasionally found in raw egg from cracked or improperly washed eggshells. However, some countries, such as the UK, have eliminated this risk through vaccination and tracking strategies. Nevertheless, later versions of the recipe call at least for briefly cooked coddled eggs or pasteurized eggs. Recipes may omit the egg and produce a Caesar vinaigrette. Many variations of this salad exist. Yogurt is sometimes substituted for the eggs to maintain a creamy texture, and others call for using mayonnaise. But mayonnaise is made from eggs, right? Right? What is a coddled egg? Should we look it up? Coddled egg. Coddled egg wiki. We'll look it up later, Goon. Add it to the list. All right, Caesar salad. Add it to the list. Love it. All right, Caesar salad. Great. Great, team. Loving it. Feeling it. Look at this guy. What a proud individual. Okay, cool. Here's the deal. I need to pee again because, coffee and small bladder, apparently. So I'm going to go do that. I'm going to stretch because my back, something happened with my back and I don't like it. And then I'll be back. So stick around. We are going to read about Coombs, British Columbia soon. On the list as well, we have Annie Jump Cannon, Chattanooga, Marie Curie, Campbell Soup Company, Chinese culture, Cookie Monster, and coddled eggs. So stick around. We'll be investigating those things. If you need a snack, need a beverage, need to go stretch, need some water, do all those things. If you want to go check out other streamers, go do all those things. I'll see you real soon. Thank you for being here. Did you know that the massive sailing issue that is scurvy had to be cured several times over the years because of language? Limes have much more vitamin C than lemons. I did not know that. That's very interesting. Thank you for that fun fact. If you stuck around, wonderful. Great. Also, I just realized, am I very loud? Am I too loud? Tell me if I'm too loud and I can turn myself down. Anyway, if you stuck around, thank you. If you didn't, you must hate Caesar salads and Coombs, British Columbia. So that's on you, not on me. Okay. Limes less than lemons on the vitamin C thing. Yeah. Did I read that wrong? Yeah. Limes have much less vitamin C than lemons, like 40% less. That's wild. I had no idea. That's very interesting. So now we know if you need vitamin C, you need to be eating lemons, not limes. That's how us Brits get called limeys. Is that true? Is that why you get called limeys? Because of scurvy? Should we add scurvy to the list for S week? Because I'm going to say yes, we should. Scurvy. Scurvy, right after short-faced boars. As if we're like hurting for topics. All right. Coombs, British Columbia. Fun. This one's for you. Coombs is a small community on Vancouver Island, the regional district of Nanaimo, British Columbia, situated on Provincial Highway 4A, approximately 10 kilometers, 6.2 miles west of Parksville. Coombs is home to approximately 1,327 people and is renowned for its old country market, which features a family of goats living on the roof. What? There's just a family of goats that live on the roof? Okay, home to 1,327 people. Very small town. And then there's goats that live on the roof of the old country market. Butterfly World. I want to go to Butterfly World, which includes a small indoor tropical rainforest, the 106-year-old Coombs Fall Fair, and Coombs Bluegrass Festival held every BC Day weekend. The history of Coombs goes back The history of Coombs goes back many years. The Ford House, which is the old log house situated on the Alberni Highway, is dated back to the early 1900s. The pioneer Walter Ford House was completed in 1911. Next to the Ford House is the old general store, which also always housed the General Post Office. The Coombs Fairgrounds is an active place throughout the year. The rodeo grounds is just up the highway heading towards towards Port Alberni, is a successful and active place during the summer months. The railway line is also a huge part of the history of Coombs. Along with the United Church and just over the French Creek Bridge is the French Creek School, opened in 1912, which closed in 2015, but is now used as Coombs Community Commons. French Creek School was a huge asset to the community for over 100 years. The community was established in 1910 under Salvation Army emigration plan to relocate people from the crowded cities in Great Britain. This new town was named after Commissioner Thomas Bale Coombs, head of the Salvation Army movement in Canada in the early 1900s. Coombs was retiring in 1911, so the Salvation Army honored him by naming the new Vancouver Island colony after him. Unfortunately, Commissioner Coombs was never visited the Coombs colony. A website, CoombsHistory.com, has been set up to capture the history of Coombs, BC. Hello, Celise, how are you? I hope your day is cool. Have a classic day. Nice. How are you? It's good to see you. I hope you're doing well. You can use bell peppers. Big on vitamin C, actually. Well, doesn't spinach have an abundance of vitamin C? Spinach has a bunch of iron in it, I know. In my mind, it has a lot of vitamin C. Fact check me, though. I could be wrong. Okay. So, Coombs, British Columbia. This is a short one. We can just read on through it. Whoa! Okay. All I saw was just a lot of colors. We need Terrell to decipher this. Under the Köppen climate classification, Coombs is located in northernmost limits of a cool, dry summer subtropical zone, or a cool summer Mediterranean climate due to its dry summers. Cool. We're just gonna skip on ahead. Goats on a roof. Sorry, I'm so excited about this. Goats on a roof at Old Country Market in Coombs. Why is this a thing? I love that this is a thing, but why? The goats on the roof. Okay, so fun. What is that about? Coombs sounds really fun. So very small population, but there's a place called Butterfly World. And then there's goats on a roof. There's a bluegrass festival. Coombs sounds great. Spinach has steroids in it too, according to Popeye. You gotta eat your spinach. You gotta be strong. You know? You gotta. Oh, that's it. That's all she wrote about Coombs. Very interesting, though. It seems like a very cute. It doesn't seem real. It seems like a fairy tale town. Like it sounds like a children's book that's like, there once was a building with goats that lived on the roof. It's like, you know what I mean? Like it sounds like a thing. Great place to visit for a long weekend. Have you been there, Fun? My sister lives in Nanaimo. Okay, yeah, because I don't know if I'm saying that right, by the way. Please let me know. Nanaimo? Okay, so you've been to Coombs once, and it's just a little fun thing to do. It sounds like it. I want to go now. I've never actually been to Canada, Fun. I would love to. I need to at some point. That'd be great. Very cool. Very cool. Am I saying it right? Nanaimo? Cool. Nailed it? Thanks. Goats on a roof is a bad accident waiting to happen. I see what you did there. All right. Coombs, British Columbia, crushing it. Let's read about Annie Jump Cannon, huh? Are you all ready? Okay. Annie Jump Cannon, December 11th, 1863 to April 13th, 1941, was an American astronomer whose cataloging work was instrumental in the development of contemporary stellar classification. This is cool. I didn't know about her. I'm very excited. With Edward C. Pickering, she is credited with the creation of Harvard classification scheme, which was the first serious attempt to organize and classify stars based on their temperatures and spectral types. She was nearly deaf throughout her career. She was a suffragist and a member of the National Women's Party. All right, Annie Jump Cannon. First, great name also. Can we just talk about what a great name? What a great name. Annie Jump Cannon. Born on December 11th, 1863, in Dover, Delaware. She was the eldest of three daughters, born to Wilson Cannon, a Delaware shipbuilder and a state senator, and his second wife, Mary Jump. That's pretty progressive for at that time to take both your mother and your father's last name. Like, that's pretty cool. Cannon's mother was the first person to teach her the constellations, and she encouraged her to follow her own interests, suggesting that she pursue studies in mathematics, chemistry, and biology at Wellesley College. Cannon and her mother used an old astronomy textbook to identify stars seen from their attic. Cannon's mother also taught her daughter household economics, which Cannon would later use to organize her research. Cannon took her mother's advice and pursued her love of astronomy. She lost most of her hearing sometime during her childhood or early adult years. Sources vary on the time frame and actual case, although it is sometimes attributed to scarlet fever, if that makes sense. Excuse me. Cannon's personality has been described as ebullient. She chose not to marry or have children. Ebullient? Ebullient. Cheerful and full of energy. Or, the archaic use, boiling or agitated as if boiling. Interesting. It's like effervescent, maybe, as a synonym, perhaps. Liveliness, enthusiasm. Cool. Am I pronouncing that one right? Ebullient, yeah. Ebullient? Ebullient. Yeah. All right, moving on. Great. Good. Excellent. Good. She chose not to marry or have children. Again, very progressive for that time. She was an amazing woman. I would have the name Sally Loose Cannon. What's up, Cellular? It's good to see you. I like it. I mean, you can always make another WoW tune with that name, right? Can you stop jumping cannons, Annie? Annie, are you okay? Are you okay? Are you okay, Annie? What a weird earworm to know without having ever really listened to that band. I feel like that's one that would come up all the time on pop-up video. Y'all remember pop-up video on VH1? Do y'all remember VH1? Anyway, education. At Wilmington Conference Academy, today known as Wesley College, Cannon was a promising student, particularly in mathematics. In 1880, Cannon was sent to Wellesley College in Massachusetts, one of the top academic schools for women in the U.S., where she studied physics and astronomy. Cannon studies under Sarah Frances Whiting, one of the few women physicists in the United States at that time, and went on to become the valedictorian at Wellesley College. She graduated with a degree in physics in 1884 and returned home to Delaware for a decade. During these years, Cannon developed her skills in the new art of photography. The new art of photography, how novel. In 1892, she traveled through Europe taking photographs with her Blair box camera. As she returned home, her prose and photos from Spain were published in a pamphlet called In the Footsteps of Columbus, published by the Blair Company and distributed as a souvenir at the Chicago's World's Columbian Exposition of 1893. Catch up on chat here. You loved pop-up video? Same. I was super into it. Yeah. That was one that I would just watch that like a background show that all the time. VH1, the RuPaulverse channel. Yeah, it's true. It's so funny. See, I forget because I don't have cable anymore, but I forgot that now because it used to be on. God, what is the gay network? There's a. I feel like Bravo had it for a second, but there's a specifically gay cable network for a time. I don't know if it still exists, but it was on that network, and then VH1 took it over, which is kind of when RuPaul's Drag Race exploded. I forgot what it's Out TV. I don't think it was Out TV, but along those same lines, Wondergoon. God, what was it called? Now I feel the need to look that up. I mean, Bravo is a gay network too, but it was Queer as Folk was on there, the L Word was on there, and it was I cannot remember the name of that channel. Can I just be gay cable network and see what comes up? Gay cable network. Logo is what I was thinking of. Logo. It used to be on Logo back in the day. Yeah, good old Logo. You remember now? Old Bravo was a great channel for weird shows and old movies. Yeah, totally. Now I feel like Bravo is just reality TV, which nothing wrong with that, but it used to be kind of hidden kind of stuff. Do y'all remember Inside the Actors Studio with James Lipton? I'm pretty sure that was on Bravo. It was such a great show. All right, anyway, soon afterward, Cannon was stricken with scarlet fever that rendered her nearly deaf. This hearing loss made it difficult for Cannon to socialize. As a result, she immersed herself in her work. In 1894, Cannon's mother died, and life at home grew more difficult. She wrote to her former instructor at Wellesley, Professor Sarah Frances Whiting, to see if there was a job opening. Whiting hired her as a junior physics teacher at the college. This opportunity allowed Cannon to take graduate courses at the college in physics and astronomy. Whiting also inspired Cannon to learn about spectroscopy, study of the interaction between matter and electromagnetic radiation as a function of the wavelength or frequency of radiation. Cool. Spectroscopy? Help. Is the precise study of color as generalized from visible light to all bands of electromagnetic, etc., 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 etc. Got it. Colors, science. Okay, in order to gain access to a better telescope, Cannon enrolled in Radcliffe College as a special student, continuing her studies of astronomy. Radcliffe was set up near Harvard College for Harvard professors to repeat their lectures to the young Radcliffe women. This relationship gave Cannon access to Harvard College Observatory. In 1896, Edward C. Pickering hired her as his assistant at the observatory. In 1907, Cannon finished her studies and received her master's degree from Wellesley College. And now we know. Rest in peace, Mr. Lipton. Oh, man. That show was so good. So good. Degrassi was on Logo for a while. I think you're right. I'm pretty sure you're right, Maddie Bratty. Spectroscopy. Spectroscopy. Thank you. Thank you, Wonder Goon. All right, career. Here she is. Look at her. Look at her just crushing it. In 1896, Cannon became a member of the Harvard Computers, a group of women hired by Harvard Observatory Director Edward C. Pickering to complete the Henry Draper catalog with a goal of mapping and defining every star in the sky to a photographic magnitude of about 9. Damn. Photographic magnitude is the measure of relative brightness of a star or other astronomical object as imaged on a photographic film emulsion with a camera attached to a telescope. And now we know. In her notes, she referred to brightness as int, which was short for intensity. Pickering said that she was able to classify stars quickly. Miss Cannon is the only person in the world, man or woman, who can do this work so quickly. Mariana Draper, widow of the wealthy physician and amateur astronomer Henry Draper, set up a fund to support the work. Men at the laboratory did the labor of operating the telescopes and taking photographs, while the women examined the data, carried out astronomical calculations, and cataloged those photographs during the day. Pickering made the catalog a long-term project to obtain the optical spectra of as many stars as possible and to index and classify the stars by spectra. Interesting. Next week, Degrassi. Yes, please. Yes, please. I'm into it. I'm here for it. Int stats. Yep. Not long after work began on the Draper catalog, a disagreement developed as to how to classify the stars. The analysis was first started by Nettie Farrar, who left a few months later to be married. This left the problem to the ideas of Henry Draper's niece, Antonia Maury, who insisted on complex classification system, and Wilhelmina Fleming, who was overseeing the project for Pickering. Real quick, let's look at these photos. The meeting of AAVSO at Harvard, 1916. The two women in the photograph are Ida E. Woods and Cannon. Damn. Over here. Cannon with Henrietta Swan Leavitt. Who wants to bet that that's her roommate, her significant roommate? I'm going to bet that that's her significant roommate. Okay, anyway. Okay. Wanted a much more simple, straightforward approach. Cannon negotiated a compromise. She started by examining the bright southern hemisphere stars. To these stars, she applied a third system, a division of stars into the spectral classes O, B, A, F, G, K, M. Her scheme was based on the strength of the Balmer absorption lines. After absorption lines were understood in terms of stellar temperatures, her initial classification system was rearranged to avoid having to update star catalogs. Wow. Cannon published her first catalog of stellar spectra in 1901. In 1911, she was made the curator of astronomical photographs at Harvard. In 1914, she was admitted as an honorary member of the Royal Astronomical Society. In 1921, she became one of the first women to receive an honorary doctorate from a European university when she was awarded an honorary doctor's degree in math and astronomy from Groningen University. Cannon and other women at the observatory, including Henrietta Swan Leavitt, Antonia Maury, and Florence Cushman, were criticized at first for being out of their place and not being housewives. Get 'em, girls. Women did not commonly rise beyond the level of assistant in this line of work at the time, and were paid only 25 cents an hour to work 7 hours a day, 6 days a week. Leavitt, another woman in the observatory who made significant contributions, shared with Cannon the experience of being deaf. Cannon dominated this field because of her tidiness and patience for tedious work, and even helped the men in the observatory gain popularity. Cannon helped broker partnerships and exchanges of equipment between men in the international community and assumed an ambassador-like role outside of it. She wrote books and articles to increase astronomy's status, and in 1933, she represented professional women at the World's Fair in Chicago. Cannon manually classified more stars in a lifetime than anyone else, with a total of around 350,000 stars. She discovered 300 variable stars, 5 novas, and 1 spectroscopic, binary, creating a bibliography that included about 200,000 references. She discovered her first star in 1898, though she was not able to confirm it until 1905. When she first started cataloging the stars, she was able to classify 1,000 stars in 3 years. But by 1913, she was able to work on 200 stars an hour. What the fuck, dude? That's incredible. Cannon can classify 3 stars in a minute. Just by looking at their spectral patterns, and if using a magnifying glass, could classify stars down to the 9th magnitude, around 16 times fainter than the human eye can see. Her work was also highly accurate. That's fucking cool. I never knew anything about her. This is really cool. Hell of a nerdy badass. Yeah, dude. Hell of a nerdy badass. Dude, Wondergoon, thank you for bringing this to the topic of conversation, because she's fucking cool and I never knew about her. I feel like she's one that doesn't really get talked about much. Am I wrong? I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong, but yeah. Very cool. Okay, on May 9th, 1922, the International Astronomical Union passed the resolution to formally adopt Cannon's stellar classification system, with only minor changes. It is still being used for classification today. Shut up. That's so cool. Also in 1922, Cannon spent 6 months in Arequipa, Peru, to photograph stars in the southern hemisphere. In 1925, she became the first woman to receive honorary doctorate of science from Oxford University. In 1935, she created the Annie J. Cannon Prize for the women of any country whose contributions to science and astronomy are the most distinguished. Very cool. Also, I don't know why, but my nose is running. Welcome to me just, being gross. Okay, anyway. She became the William C. Bond Astronomer at Harvard University in 1938. The astronomer Cecilia Payne collaborated with Cannon and used Cannon's data to show the stars were composed mainly of hydrogen and helium. Yeah, she's fucking badass. Stellar classification system. Stellar as in the stars or stellar as in awesome? I think both, right? I think the reason we use stellar as awesome... I know you were making a joke. Do you like how I ruin jokes by taking things literally? And I'm like, well, yeah. But really, isn't that why we use stellar colloquially as awesome? Is because we're really referring to something as awesome as the stars? Later, life and death. Annie Jump Cannon's career in astronomy lasted for more than 40 years, until her retirement in 1940. Despite her retirement, she continued to actively work on astronomy in the observatory up until a few weeks before she died. During her career, Cannon helped women gain acceptance and respect within the scientific community. Her calm and hardworking attitude and demeanor helped her gain respect throughout her lifetime and paved the path for future women astronomers. Cannon died on April 13, 1941, in Cambridge, Massachusetts, at the age of 77. She died in a hospital after being ill for over a month. The American Astronomical Society presents the Annie Jump Cannon Award annually to female astronomers for distinguished work in astronomy. Very cool. It was a yoke. I know. My brain just can't. I just can't leave well enough alone, ever. It's a problem. Cecilia Payne was a badass in her own right. P-Week. Cecilia Payne. Hold, please. Okay. Done. On the list. Rising up and raising others up. Such a great person. Yeah. Really fucking cool, man. Well, and just considering the time in which she lived, really, I mean, I'm not going to read all of these honors, but how fucking cool and revolutionary and progressive. Fucking badass. Badass, man. Yeah, Goon, thank you for this one. Annie Jump Cannon, one time. The fact too that like her work like still influences the way that we classify stars today, like that's badass. That's really cool. That's awesome. All right, are we ready for Chattanooga, Tennessee? Chattanooga. Let's look at it. Sunny, are you ready for Chattanooga? Are you? I don't know why I said it like that. Are you ready? Are you ready, kids? Okay, Chattanooga. Here we go. Okay. Chattanooga is a city in and the county seat of Hamilton County, Tennessee, along the Tennessee River bordering Georgia. It also extends into Marion County on its western end. With a population of 181,099 in 2020, it is Tennessee's fourth largest city and one of two principal cities of East Tennessee, along with Knoxville. I've never been to Tennessee. I would really love to go. Like Nashville specifically, because everyone always talks about Nashville. Especially being a music person, I would love to see Nashville. There are so many places I would love to go. So many places, guys. Okay. Right. East Tennessee along with Knoxville. It anchors the Chattanooga metropolitan area, Tennessee's fourth largest metropolitan statistical area, as well as a larger three-state area that includes southeast Tennessee, northwest Georgia, and northeast Alabama. Served by multiple railroads and interstate highways, Chattanooga is a transit hub. It is 118 miles northwest of Atlanta, Georgia, southwest of Knoxville, Tennessee, to 135 miles southeast of Nashville, Tennessee, 102 miles northeast? Feels redundant, but it probably isn't, of Huntsville, Alabama, and 147 miles northeast of Birmingham, Alabama. Chattanooga was a crucial city during the American Civil War due to the multiple railroads that converged there. After the war, the railroads allowed for the city to grow into one of the southeastern United States' largest heavy industrial hubs. Today, major industry that drives the economy includes automotive, advanced manufacturing, food and beverage production, healthcare, insurance, tourism, back office, and corporate headquarters. Let's see. Yours doesn't sound so interesting after Annie. Hey, we're looking into it. We're gonna, I want to know about the Chattanooga Choo Choo personally, which apparently we just found out. It's because of so many trains being there, right? Is that why? Is that correct? Annie Jump Cannon and Cecilia Payne were both shown in the docuseries Cosmos. Oh, that's right. Okay, so I have watched both the Carl Sagan and the Neil deGrasse Tyson Cosmoses, but in terms of like what I actually retained from them, who knows? I don't remember that though, so I must have missed that episode. But good to know. I'll have to watch those again, honestly. It's close to you? 118 miles away. Okay, you're very close to Chattanooga. That's cool. I'm going to look at these pictures real quick. So we just got to remember with the downtown. Okay. Here's a beautiful picture with a cool bridge. Here's some buildings. From top left to right, Chattanooga skyline. Chattanooga Bank Building. Brainerd Junior High School. The old post office. Hamilton County Courthouse. Chattanooga Choo Choo Hotel. It's not say Chattanooga Choo Choo as if that's like a revolutionary thing. We're going to learn about the Chattanooga Choo Choo, which again, I assume is just because of all the trains. But maybe it's not. Maybe it's something else, right? Who knows? We're going to find out. All right, with a downtown elevation of about 680 feet, Chattanooga is at the transition between the ridge and valley portion of the Appalachian Mountains and the Cumberland Plateau. Its official nickname is Scenic City, alluding to the surrounding mountains and ridges. Unofficial nicknames include River City, Chattanooga, Chattown. Anyone who refers to it as Chattown, DM me because I want to know why. And Gig City. The latter, a reference to its claims that it has the fastest internet service in the Western Hemisphere. Is that true? That's fascinating. All right, Chattanooga is internationally known for the 1941 song Chattanooga Choo Choo by Glenn Miller. Boo, 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 and his orchestra. It is now home to the University of Tennessee at Chattanooga and Chattanooga State Community College. Glenn Miller, what a band leader, what a guy, what a trombonist, huh? Did you know he played trombone? Anyway, okay, so Chattanooga. Ooh, there's a lot about Chattanooga. Sunny, is there anything in particular that you would like to look into? Otherwise, let's see what looks fascinating. Culture and tourism, sports, media, communications, education, healthcare, transportation, notable people, pop culture. What do we think? If you want a headache and want to understand East Northeast a little bit better, check out the 32-point compass rose. Will do. 32 point, would that be T week? I'll Google it later. My town made one of, if not the first, steam trains to go across the U.S. The Stourbridge Lion. That's interesting. Always love anything to do with Civil War. Okay, yeah, we'll look into Civil War, and then we'll look into pop culture. Yeah, if you don't have anything in particular, I think we'll look into those two things. We'll hone in on that. So Civil War. Let's take a look here. All right. So during the American Civil War, Chattanooga was a center of battle. Chattanooga served as a hub connecting 50% of the Confederacy's arsenals, those being located in Atlanta, Augusta, Columbus, and Macon. Chattanooga railroads proved vital in the Confederacy's transportation of raw material to processing plants, where they were responsible for producing small arms munitions. During the Chickamauga campaign, Union artillery bombarded Chattanooga as a diversion and occupied it on September 9th, 1863. Following the Battle of Chickamauga, the defeated Union Army retreated to safety in Chattanooga. On November 23rd, 1863, the battles for Chattanooga began when the Union forces led by Major General Ulysses S. Grant reinforced troops at Chattanooga and advanced to Orchard Knob against Confederate troops besieging the city. The next day, the Battle of Lookout Mountain was fought, driving the Confederates off the mountain. On November 25, the Battle of Lookout Mountain was fought. Did I not just reading. On November 25, Grant's army routed the Confederates in the Battle of Missionary Ridge. In regard to victories won by the Union, Chattanooga marks one of the three defining moments that turned the Civil War in their favor. The Battle of Gettysburg brought the streak of victories obtained by the Confederacy to an end, while the Siege of Vicksburg split the Confederacy itself in half, while Chattanooga served as the doorway to the Deep South. These battles were followed the next spring by the Atlanta campaign, beginning just over the nearby state line in Georgia and moving southeastward. After the war ended, the city became a major railroad hub and industrial and manufacturing center. And now we know. Grant was a bit of a mess, but one hell of a general. Man, American history in general is something that I obviously learned in school because they drill it into you, but it's also white American history, right? So yeah, it's not. I don't know a lot about Ulysses S. Grant, to be completely honest. Big drunkie, yeah, fair. Here we go. Let's look at this lovely map. This is a lot to process here. Was Grant the North guy or the South guy? North guy. Because Robert E. Lee was South guy, correct? Correct me if I'm wrong. Yeah, thanks, Sonny. Yeah. Okay, shall we go to pop culture? I know more about U.S. history than I do my own country's. Really? I mean, I know. Yeah, again, they drill it into you. And we don't, in our public schools, we don't learn a lot of world history. So until you get to university, and even then, it depends on what you're studying. You're not going to learn a lot of world history. At least even if you do learn about world events, cultural events, generally speaking, again. Some of you out there are not in my high school, which is fine. I'm just saying that's the exception, not the rule. Generally, any telling of world history is from a very white U.S. lens in terms of our public schooling. So yeah, and history is one of those things that my brain is good at like capturing and understanding like general overarching themes, but in terms of like specific dates and specific geography and specific people, like I struggle with it for whatever reason. So I'm like fascinated by history in terms of its like cultural implications, but in terms of like the like details within it, bad, not good, not great. Not my high school, grumble, grumble. You know what I mean? There's always one person out there that's like, well, actually, I had a civics teacher that was really cool. And it's like, great, good. I'm glad. Which I am. No, I am good. I am glad. You know what I mean? That is interesting, though, Fox, because you said you're UK, right? Yeah, that is really interesting. And that just shows you how, like, I don't know, invasive the United States is, I guess. Fascinating. Fascinating. Pop culture. Notable people, pop culture. Let's start with notable people. Oh, list of people from Chattanooga. I guess we can't do that. And we're gonna look real quick. Oh, there's so many people from Chattanooga. Samuel L. Jackson. Didn't know, but now we know. Okay, we're going back. We're going back to Chattanooga. All right. Chattanooga has been referred to in pop culture numerous times over the decades, including books, documentaries, films, TV shows, and more. In recent years, Chattanooga has appeared in more productions of blockbuster movies and TV shows, as well as independent films and documentaries. Novels. Books that have Chattanooga as either major or minor plot settings include 4 and 20 Blackbirds by Sherry Priest. Here's a bunch of documentaries. A bunch of them. Just a bunch of documentaries. Probably a lot of them Civil War related, yeah? Look at all these films. Just a bunch of films. A bunch of them. October Sky. I remember watching that when I was a kid. I don't know why. Like in school, I mean. They're like, here, watch October Sky. Sputnik, right? Isn't that kind of what that movie's about? Okay, Leatherheads. Leatherheads I watched on a plane one time. So that doesn't really count. You know when you watch a movie on a plane, how it doesn't count? It doesn't really count. Water for Elephants, the book is really good. The movie's really bad. It's probably not that bad, but the book is really good. Anyway, cool, good, excellent, love it. So many things, great. The Glenn Miller song. This is what I want to read about. Okay. The 1941 Glenn Miller song that catapulted Chattanooga to international fame, Chattanooga Choo Choo, has been performed in numerous movies, including the 1941 Sun Valley Serenade, featuring the Miller Orchestra and Milton Berle. The Glenn Miller story. I should watch this at some point. Okay. Starring James Stewart in the 1953 title role and the 1984 eponymous film Chattanooga Choo Choo. 42 is an amazing film. 42, is that the one about Jackie Robinson? Yeah, okay. I've never actually watched it, Goon. I need to. I've heard good things. Rest in peace, Chadwick Boseman. That's sad. Yeah, I'll have to check it out. October Sky is really good. I remember watching it as a kid. Add it to the list. Add it to the list of movies I should watch again. They made Canadian history really boring in school and really whitewashed, of course. Yeah, totally. Can't have the kids question things. No. Not allowed to question things. In North American white culture, we don't question things. We smile and nod and we're obedient. Highly recommend it. Okay, I'll check it out for sure. For sure. Okay, I think, are we good on Chattanooga? Should we move along to Marie Curie? Marie Curie, right? Madame Curie? Let's go for it. All right. Is it Mary or Marie? This is going to kill me, guys. It's like Maria. So Marie Curie. Go with it. Okay. French, Polish. Born Maria Salomia Sklodowska. 7 November 1867 to July 4th, 1934, was a Polish naturalized French physicist and chemist who conducted pioneering research on radioactivity. Did she not die from radiation poisoning because of her research? We'll find out. But I'm pretty sure. I recall that. Anyway, first woman to win a Nobel Prize. First person and only woman to win the Nobel Prize twice. Shut up, really? The only person to win the Nobel Prize in 2 scientific fields. We are learning about such scientific badass women today. I'm very excited about it. Only person. Her husband, Pierre Curie, was a co-winner on her first Nobel Prize, making them the first ever married couple to win the Nobel Prize. Talk about power couple. And launching the Curie family legacy of 5 Nobel Prizes. Damn. She was, in 1906, the first woman to become a professor at the University of Paris. Come back and we have another amazing last to hear about, right? All you missed was Chattanooga. Well, no, you were here for part of Chattanooga. We just finished out Chattanooga. So welcome back. Welcome back. All right, so Marie Curie was born in Warsaw, in what was the Kingdom of Poland, part of the Russian Empire. She studied at Warsaw's clandestine flying university and began her practical science training in Warsaw. In 1891, age 24, she followed her elder sister, Bronislava. I hope I said that right. What a great name. Okay, anyway. To study in Paris, where she earned her higher degrees and conducted her subsequent scientific work. In 1985, she married the French physicist Pierre Curie and shared the 1903 Nobel Prize in Physics with him and with the physicist Henri Becquerel for their pioneering work developing the theory of radioactivity, a term she coined. In 1906, Pierre Curie died in a Paris street accident. Marie won the 1911 Nobel Prize in Chemistry for her discovery of the elements polonium and radium, using techniques she invented for isolating radioactive isotopes. Fucking cool. You're back just in time, Raven. You're back just in time. We also learned about Annie Jump Cannon, so it's very exciting that we're learning about badass women in science. I'm very excited about it. Yeah. Welcome back. So far, she's very badass. Under her direction, the world's first studies were conducted into the treatment of neoplasms by the use of radioactive isotopes. In 1920, she founded the Curie Institute in Paris, and in 1932, the Curie Institute in Warsaw. Both remain major centers of medical research. During World War I, she developed mobile radiography units to provide X-ray services to field hospitals. While a French citizen, Marie Sklodowska Curie, who used both surnames, she used both. We should figure out how to pronounce that. Sklodowska, probably, right? Because in Polish, the W would be the V noise, I think. Never lost sense of her Polish identity. She taught her daughters the Polish language, dope, took them on visits to Poland. She named the first chemical element she discovered polonium after her native country. That's very cool. Excuse me. Love it. Have to go back to the VOD. She's so cool. She was an astronomer. Yeah. Do it. She's fucking badass. And also, by the way, guys, if you do miss episodes and you want to see them, I've been posting them on YouTube, and that way you can use ad block, and you don't have to worry about all the weird Twitch ads and stuff if you're not a sub. So just FYI, if you miss an episode and you want to check it out, you can go check it out on YouTube if you feel so inclined. It seems like YouTube's a little bit more accessible than Twitch VODs for a lot of people. So okay. Marie Curie died in 1934, age 66, at the sanatorium in Passy, Haute-Savoie, France, of aplastic anemia. Disease in which the body fails to produce blood cells in sufficient numbers. Blood cells are produced in the bone marrow by stem cells that reside there. Aplastic anemia causes a deficiency of all blood cell types: red blood cells, white blood cells, and platelets. Okay, yeah, so not radiation poisoning, but aplastic anemia came from radiation, yeah? Exposure to radiation in the course of her scientific research and in the course of her radiological work at field hospitals during World War I. In addition to her Nobel Prizes, by the way, she's won like 5. Well, her family altogether won 5, and she's one of the only people, if not the only person, to win in 2 different scientific fields. Ridiculous, amazing. I digress. In addition to her Nobel Prizes, she has received numerous other honors and tributes. In 1995, she became the first woman to be entombed on her own merits in Paris's Pantheon. And Poland declared 2011 the year of Marie Curie during the International Year of Chemistry. Did anyone else know that 2011 was the International Year of Chemistry? Because I missed it. My life was bad in 2011, though. That was a bad year. That was not a good year in the life of Abby. Anyway, moving on. She's the subject of numerous biographical works where she is known as Madame Curie. And now we know. Fox Mulder, the W is usually a V. Thank you. Thank you. Good looking out. Good looking out. Okay, she's a badass, as we knew. Raven, since you're here, is there anything in particular that you would like to look into with Madame Curie? I always think pop culture is interesting. I feel like they did a pretty good job of TLDR, like her history and whatnot, but I'm totally down to look into other stuff if you're interested. Otherwise, I'll probably just skip down to popular culture, but by all means, tell me if there's something that you're like, ooh, we need to investigate this, because I'm down. While I wait for that, let's just go ahead and go down here. Okay, so numerous biographies. Here they all are. Numerous films. Okay, so Madame Curie, U.S. Oscar-nominated film from 1943. Le Pomme de Chutes. Film adapted from a play of the same title. Marie Curie, The Courage of Knowledge. European co-production by Marie Noël, starring Carolina Gruska. Gruska? She's pretty. 2019, Radioactive, a British film by Marjane Satrapi, starring Rosamund Pike. They had a movie on Hulu called Radioactive. Didn't do her justice. Okay, this is what they're talking about. Okay, didn't do her justice. I said Hulu twice in case you weren't sure where to find it. I didn't even realize that you said Hulu twice. Oh, you did. It's fine. Okay, so Radioactive is one they talked about. I'm curious, have you seen Marie Curie, The Courage of Knowledge? Maybe that one's better. Maybe that's a better look. I don't know. You shill? Pretty much it. She's badass, though. Obviously. Amazing. To focus on her relationship to her husband. Yeah. I mean, because granted, like, you know, they were partners in terms of their work and whatnot, but like, couldn't that be like a footnote? That doesn't have to be like the main thing. That's good to know. Good to know about that movie. All right, Raven, another one inspired by you, purely mishearing me / my pronunciation's not great. Shall we read about the Campbell Soup Company? Let's read about Campbell Soup. Okay, so the Campbell Soup Company, Campbell Soup Company, Campbell? I've always said Campbell. Anyway, doing business as Campbell's, is an American processed food and snack company. The company is most closely associated with its flagship canned soup products. However, through mergers and acquisitions, it has grown to become one of the largest processed food companies in the United States, with a wide variety of products under its flagship Campbell's brand, as well as other brands like Pepperidge Farm, Snyder's of Hanover, they make pretzels, V8, that's the orange juice, the tomato juice, and Swanson. Even though I know that all of these companies are essentially owned by the same company, I'm always fascinated to find these things out, because who knew that Pepperidge Farm and Snyder's of Hanover and V8 and Swanson were all owned by Campbell, essentially, or that they're all the same company? I had no idea. I didn't know this. I suppose it's because there's so much available on her academic life. Maybe, yeah. And I think when we talk about, like, you know, the Hollywoodification of anyone's kind of, you know, story, we like to, you know, place a heavy emphasis on, like, romantic entanglements and whatnot. And I think for, like, telling a story of a scientist, perhaps that, like, humanizes them a little bit, and takes them off of that kind of, like, scientist authoritarian kind of, like, pedestal. But also, like, come on. Come on. But that does make a lot of sense, Fox. Totally. All right, anyway. Under its brands, Campbell's produces soup and other canned meals, baked goods, beverages, and snacks. It is headquartered in Camden, New Jersey. The classic red and white can design. Sometimes I hear my inflection when I'm reading, and I'm like, "Who are you? An alien? Have you ever read the English language before?" And the answer is apparently not. Anyway. The classic red and white can design used by many Campbell's branded products has become an American icon. It's true. Do you guys remember that commercial that every Christmas time, winter time would be a snowman that's real sad, and then he eats soup with a child, and it's Campbell's. I described it really well. It's a very cute little commercial. I'm just saying. Anyway. American icon used in pop art was typified by Andy Warhol's series of Campbell's suit can prints. True. Okay. Do you remember it, Slice Raven? I don't even remember the details of that commercial, other than to say that it was always so cute and heartwarming. So cute. I don't, but I still have a Campbell soup bowl in my cupboard. Really? That's amazing. Here's the Campbell's headquarters. Red and white. Okay, so, we got a lot here. Okay. I'm curious about the history. I love pop art. The brands, it's okay, whatever. You know, fine. These health issues. Slogans. I think we just go down the line. Recalls. Okay, sorry. Have you ever heard of a soup recall before? Yikes. It was super cute. I wonder if I can find it. Hold, please. Let me see if I can find this cute commercial. Let me see. Campbell's Snowman commercial. I spelled commercial wrong. Deal with it. This is the one! Okay, sorry. I didn't mean to scream like that. Okay. Here's the question. How do I... Because I made, oh gosh, okay, hold on, stop. I cropped the window capture specifically. By the way, you can see my fucking YouTube. I watch a lot of Trixie Mattel. I've been watching a lot of CJ the X. It's all just Trixie Mattel and CJ the X, which is accurate. Okay, that said, the crop that I made, I guess this is good enough, yeah? We'll get the idea. It's fine. You'll get the idea. You're going to miss part of it, but it's fine. Look at it. It's gonna be not as cute as I remember. Watch me get copyright stricken because of this bullshit.
Nothing melts away the cold like a delicious hot bowl.
You know what's funny?
Soup.
In my mind, it was much cuter. In my memory, it was much cuter. Whoa, that slogan was really intense. Never underestimate the power of soup. Anyway, that was a good little sojourn, wasn't it? Moving on. Slogans. Good. Yep. And then isn't there the weird chunky? They remember the chunky phase of soup where they were really excited about soup being chunky? That was a thing for a time. Dude, Star Knuckle, isn't it so good? His Bo Burnham essay is amazing. Yeah, it's real good. I mean, all of his... I love his... Okay, he does another essay on bad art. This idea of the objectivity of art that is really good. Yeah. Okay, so Star Knuckle, if you haven't seen, FD Signifier also does a really good video essay on Bo Burnham's Inside that just the TLDR is just it's good media, and also it's media made for white people. And he talks about white existential dread, and just so it's a really good critique from someone who really enjoys the special, but also is by the way, yeah, highly recommend it. Highly recommend. But yeah, no, the CJ the X's in terms of understanding the history of Jeff Bezos and Amazon and Bo Burnham's critique. Yeah, no, chef's kiss. Yes, check out. If y'all aren't familiar with CJ the X, I've talked to him about them a bunch today. And then FD Signifier is another YouTuber that oh, You know what you should watch? You should watch FD Signifier's critique of Hamilton. It's really good. It's really good. Yeah, no, highly recommend both of those YouTubers. Okay, the history of Campbell. The company was started in 1869 by Joseph A. Campbell, a fruit merchant from Bridgeton, New Jersey, and Abraham Anderson, an icebox manufacturer from South Jersey. They produced canned tomatoes, vegetables, jellies, soups, condiments, and minced meats. In 1876, Anderson left the partnership in the company, became the Joseph A. Campbell Preserve Company. Anderson's son, Campbell Spielman, split paths with his father and continued to work at Campbell's as a creative director, originally designing the Campbell soup cans. Campbell reorganized into Joseph Campbell & Co. in 1896. In 1897, John T. Durrance, a nephew of the general manager of Arthur Durrance, began working for the company at a wage of $7.50 a week. Durrance, a chemist with degrees from MIT and Göttingen University, Germany, developed a commercially viable method for condensing soup by halving the quantity of its heaviest ingredient, water. I don't know why I think that's interesting. They're like, let's just take the water out of it. It's too heavy. It makes sense though. He went on to become president of the company from 1914 to 1930, eventually buying out the Campbell family. Here you can see the Campbell Preserve Co. There it is. Yep. Yep. In 1898, Erberton Williams, a Campbell's executive, convinced the company to adopt a carnelian red and bright white color scheme because he was taken by the crisp carnelian red color of the Cornell University football team's uniforms. To this day, the layout of the can, with its red and white design and the metallic bronze medal seal from the 1900 Paris exhibition, has changed very little, with the exception of the French phrase on the top of the bronze seal that said Exposition Universelle Internationale, was changed the English name of the expedition as Paris International Exposition. Dehydrated soup. Just add water for a nutritious meal. It's true. I think I talked about this the other day on stream, but I don't know why I'm like, guys, I had a grilled cheese with tomato soup the other day for lunch, and that was like a thing growing up, and I think that's like a staple for many United States folks, is grilled cheese and tomato soup. But as a kid, I was like all into the grilled cheese part. The other day, tomato soup slaps is all I'm trying to say. It was so good. Why is tomato soup so good? It was Campbell's tomato soup. I have Campbell's tomato soup in my fucking pantry. Anyway, cool story, right? Where am I? Campbell Soup became one of the largest food companies in the world under the leadership of William Beverly Murphy. He was elected executive vice president of Campbell Soup in 1949 and was president and CEO from 1953 to 1972. While at Campbell Soup Company, he took the corporation public and increased its brand portfolio to include Pepperidge Farms breads, cookies, and crackers, Franco-Americans, gravies and pastas, V8 vegetable juices, Swanson broths, Godiva chocolates. Damn! David Johnson was the president and CEO from 1990 until 1997. I didn't realize that Campbell's was such a big ass company. I didn't know. Which again, if you look into any American company, any United States company, generally speaking, they're all owned by 3 mega companies. But I was not aware. Yeah, look at this OG packaging. There's something kind of cool about not having changed the graphic design of their marketing. There's something kind of neat about that. I don't know why. I find that to be very quaint and endearing for whatever reason. All right. Campbell Soup has invested heavily in advertising since its inception. Am I in the right spot? I am. Okay. And many artifacts of its promotional campaigns have proven valuable in the Americana collectible advertising market. Perhaps best known are the Campbell's Kids, designed by illustrator... Wow, words are hard. Perhaps best known are the Campbell's Kids, designed by illustrator Grace Drayton. Real quick, I can visually see them. There's the Campbell Kids. Look at these assholes. Great. Hold on. Wait, come back. Okay, the Campbell Kids are advertising this cartoon mascot of the Campbell Soup Company. Drawn by Grace Drayton in 1904, the characters became popular almost immediately, leading to the production of dolls, cookbooks, cards, plates, t-shirts. I remember the plates. Fenaria, if you're still there, you were talking about having like a Campbell's bowl. Does it have the children, the Campbell's children, the Campbell's kids? Anyway, there's something visually about these guys that like is imprinted in my memory. Look at these assholes. Sorry. That's just my reaction to like a lot of things. Okay, anyway. Ronald Reagan was a spokesman for V8 when Campbell's acquired the brand in 1948. What? It's in Discord now under Show Me Your Food. Perfect. Thank you for that. If anyone wants to join the Discord, you're more than welcome, but there's no pressure. Whoops. I'm really good at the commands thing. There we go. That's great. I'm excited to check that out. Fun. Why do they draw a couple of those kids like they really need to pee? Because kids always need to pee. Is that a weird thing to say? Yeah, no, you're totally right, by the way. What the fuck? All right, hold on. I mean, do they? Well, okay, so obviously there's like kid on the left in the brown kind of suit that's like kind of like he kind of looks like maybe, and then there's kid on the right with the blue collar and the red bow and the yellow shorts that's also like and so I can't tell if that's like I need to pee or I'm being coy. Moving on. Okay, so Orson Welles. We're gonna get into the Orson Welles. Okay, there's so much happening. Too much water in the soup. Absolutely. They always need to pee and simultaneously always deny it. See, that's why I was like, look at these assholes. Yellow Pants already went. Look at this incredible analysis of the Campbell's kids. Autocorrect loves to change the word P. Autocorrect is like, not today. My name, because I spell it, so my name is Abigail, my full name, right? Abigail. I spell it Abby, A-B-I, when I do the Abby thing, because I just take away the Gale. Abby. This made sense to my kindergarten brain when I was learning how to write. Point of story. Do you remember when T9 was a thing for text? ABI on there, like the way that you would spell it, is the same letters as bag. So my name would always get autocorrected to bag. Always. Always back in the day. Anyway, back in the day of ancient brick cell phones. In addition to collectible advertising, the company has had notable commercial sponsorships. Among these was Orson Welles' The Campbell Playhouse, which had previously been the Mercury Theater on Air. After the program's adaptation of War of the Worlds became a sensation for accidentally starting a mass panic due to its realism, I find that to be fascinating too. It's very interesting. Campbell's took over as a sponsor of the radio theater program in 1938. The shutdown of Campbell's original plant in Camden, New Jersey, plant number 1, was announced in 1989 with the production ending the night of March 1st, 1991. The plant was officially closed the following day. The plant was demolished November 1st, 1991. Plants in Pocomoke City, Maryland, Crisfield, Maryland, and Smyrna, Tennessee also shut down. Excuse me. Plant number 2, originally a tomato processing plant, shut down in 1980. It was responsible for about 35% of Campbell's products of the 1950s. Products include pork and beans, tomato juice, V8 vegetable juice, Franco-American spaghetti, macaroni and cheese, and soups, notably bean with bacon, cream of mushroom, cream of celery, and cream of asparagus. Cream of mushroom also slaps, not as a soup though, in my opinion. With other things though, like if T. Miller was still there, cream of mushroom with like rice, and then if you're a chicken eater, like putting chicken in there, or if you're like a veg person, you just like mushroom soup with rice. There's something about it, just like gray mush. Anyway, cream of asparagus sounds fascinating. Did they say why they shut down? It just says that they shut down. Okay. A total of 2,800 jobs were lost. 940 to 1,000 of those jobs from the Camden plant. Campbell's agreed to give workers 1 week of payment for each year of employment. That sounds like a big corporation thing to do. As well as paying in full for 6 months of medical benefits. I mean, I guess that's better than a lot of companies, but still, that's a pretty low bar, right? Paying half the cost for another 6 months. Okay. Yeah, I mean, could have been worse and been like, sorry, we're giving you nothing. Salaried workers received 1 week's pay for each year of employment. Production was moved to plants in Napoleon, Ohio, Paris, Texas, and Maxton, North Carolina. In the UK and Ireland, Campbell's Soup was rebranded as Bachelor's Condensed Soup. And Aaron. All right, Fox, I'm going to ask you again as our resident. I believe you said you're in the UK. Yes, correct me if I'm wrong. Have you seen Bachelor's Condensed Soup? And Aaron, are you familiar with these things? Because I did not know. When the license to use the brand name expired, Premier Foods St. Albans, Hertfordshire, bought the Campbell Soup Company in the UK and Ireland for 450 million euro, so $830 million US dollars, in 2006, but was licensed to use the brand only until 2008. Under this agreement, the US-based Campbell Soup Company continued to produce Campbell's condensed soup, but could not sell the product in UK for a further 5 years. Did not know Bachelor's was Campbell's. See, we're learning so much. Staffo, welcome. We're doing Wikipedia with me. We're doing C, topics that start with the letter C today. It's been fantastic. Very, very excited. I hope you're doing well. Welcome. Not really a soup guy, though. Fair. That's fair. I was just curious. That's interesting. Campbell's continues to be a major part of Camden, regularly participating in charity events in the community. In 2009, Campbell's completed the construction of a new and expanded headquarters in the city. In January 2010, Campbell's Canadian subsidiary began selling a line of soups that are certified by the Islamic Society of North America as being halal, prepared in accordance with Islamic law. That's cool. Although Campbell does not have any plans to sell its halal soups in the United States, the move has drawn criticism from anti-Muslim critics in the United States. That makes sense. Excuse me. God, I don't know why. I feel like I've just had a frog in my throat since Thursday, and I'm blaming it on the fact that I had to teach extra classes this week, and maybe I'm losing my voice low key. I don't know, because my voice is not scratchy. My throat is not scratchy. It does not hurt, but I just feel like it's not working. Anyway, moving on. Several bloggers called for a boycott of the company, but Campbell's spokesman John Faulkner stated at the time the company didn't notice any effect on its sales as a result. Bummer. In November 2007, Campbell's Soup sold Godiva to Yildiz Holding. Into July 2011, Campbell's Soup decided to once again sell its product in the UK after being absent since 2008. Symington's began manufacturing the brand under license. This new lineup comprised 12 cups of soup, 5 simmer soups designed to be cooked in a pot of water, 4 savory rice lines, and 4 savory pasta sauce packets. The new range were not sold in cans, but instead in packets and boxes. Later in 2011, the canned varieties also returned to supermarket shelves with refreshed labels and new lines. In 2012, Campbell announced plans to buy Bolthouse Farms, a maker of juices, salad dressings, and baby carrots, for $1.55 billion. Analysts saw this as an attempt to reach younger, more affluent consumers. From 2012, Campbell Soup's been focusing on updating their image and digital marketing to increase visibility among younger generations. They hired Umang Shah to lead a global social and digital marketing campaign. He led record social engagement campaigns, including Declare Recess and the Big 5-0. I don't know either of those hashtags. Do you all know those hashtags? Hey, thanks. I'm why is my voice not working? Probably because I'm just drinking coffee, and caffeine constricts your vocal cords. Did you know this? Thank you. Thanks. I appreciate it. Yeah, it's such a weird sensation because it doesn't hurt, but it's just I can feel that I can't produce sound the way I normally would be able to. It's very strange. Campbell's is big thing in Australia. Is it? That's interesting. Yeah, we're just finding out about how many other subsidiaries they have, how many other brands they kind of own. It's fascinating. did not know. I did not know. Okay, where are we at? I don't know. Are anyone familiar with these two hashtags? Because I've never heard about them. And so supposedly this was a very, good campaign, very successful campaign. In June 2013, Campbell acquired the Danish multinational baked good company Kelsen Group for an undisclosed amount. Kelsen has an 85-country distribution network and is seen as providing Campbell with opportunities for international expansion, particularly into China and other Asian markets. In June 2015, Campbell Soup acquired salsa maker Garden Fresh Gourmet. Dude, they own so many things. $231 million as it looked to expand into the fresh and organic packaged foods business. In December 2017, Campbell's completed the acquisition of Pacific Foods of Oregon, LLC, for $700 million and announced the agreement to acquire the snack company Snyder's Lance for $4.87 billion in cash. The latter deal is the largest in the company's history. The company announced in January 2018 that their only Canadian factory in Toronto would close. The production would shift to 3 existing facilities in the United States. It was reported that the expected loss of jobs as a result of the closing would be 380. Denise Morrison served as the company's president and CEO from 2011 through 2018. On December 21st, 2018, Mark Klaus, former CEO of Pinnacle Foods, was named the next Campbell CEO effective January 22nd, 2019. Dresden, hi! That was good old Senny. Good old Senny side gifted you a sub. That sweetheart. So you can thank Senny for that. Welcome. How's it going? We're doing Wikipedia with me. This week we're doing things that start with the letter C. So far, very enlightening, very, very educational, dare I say. Delightful. I'm having a ball. We're learning about Campbell's soup right now. Chunky soup. We were talking about that. But having sold over $450 million worth in a year of chunky soup from 2004 to 2017, Campbell's asked for a trademark on chunky. Shut up! Shut up! Did you know that Campbell's has a trademark on the word chunky? And it was approved in 2019? Campbell's, are you fucking serious? I'm very upset. You can see me. Welcome. Here's my face. We're doing it once a week. Once a week if people want to see this. You can. Yeah. Welcome to my face. It's cool, right? It's cool that I have a face, right? Chunky soup. Chunky for a compy. What is that? What does that mean? Yeah, that's wild. I can't believe that they trademarked chunky. That's absurd. Chunky for a punky. I was like, what does that mean? I was very confused. Yeah, chunky TM. I'm very upset about it. That doesn't seem fair or right. Take chunky back. Whatever that means. I just had no idea. It wasn't a bad thing. Hey, thanks. It's fun. It's fun. I wanted a kind of more contained way to like use my camera more and get to know you all a little bit more. And I just thought that this would be a fun way to do that. So I will still be playing video games with no camera unless someone feels the need to use the reveal my face channel points thing. But I just figured why not? I just thought it'd be fun. Wonder Goon, you out of here? Hey, thank you so much for hanging out. Thank you for giving me cool topics to look up. And Goon, happy birthday. I hope you have a wonderful birthday tomorrow. We shall see you soon. Is the Chunky TM only for soup-based stuff? I don't know. All it says is trademark on Chunky, which was approved in 2019. Let me see. Sorry for my grossness. Chunky trademark. Will that come up as anything? Trademark the word chunky in reference to his. Yeah, this fucking happened. Hold on, where should we? CNBC.com. Sorry in advance. Again, the crop I know kind of fucks with this. It's just the crop works so much better for the thing. Trademark the word chunky in references to its chunky branded. Get out of here, CNBC. Get out of here, I said. Oh my god. They're gonna make me turn off ad block. Not today. Not today, Satan. Moving on. I'm not doing it. Here's why. Stocky or lumpy. Stocky or lumpy? How dare they? Oh my god, are they going to be mad about ad block too? Everyone's mad about ad block. I can't deal. I don't know. That's a really good question. I don't know, Fox Mulder. Yeah, that's a very good question. I'm not sure. I don't fully know how trademark law works that way because it might be contextual. Yeah, great question. Couldn't tell you for certain. Yeah, Campbell's TM, chunky TM, soup. Watch them get a trademark on the word soup, and then we just have to be like, hot juice. Like, chunky is just a soup with chunky veggies and meat. Stocky soup is really good. What is stocky soup? Just like soup made with a stock? Okay, in July 2019, Campbell's agreed to sell its stake in the Kelsen Group for $300 million to a subsidiary of Ferrero SPA, with the transfer to be completed in 2020. I would like to read about pop art, and then we'll probably move on because we have three more topics to get through here, which I'm very excited. Oh, and slogans. Okay. Oh, and health issues. Guys, why do I want to learn so much about fucking Campbell's? Okay, anyway, I had no idea that this topic would fascinate me so. Stocky is a name for stockmen, so it's just chunky. Okay, fair. Understandable. Raven, I had no idea that I would be this invested in learning about soup. Did you know? Did you know that this would be such an amazing topic? I had no clue. Okay, pop art. In 1962, artist Andy Warhol took the familiar look of the Campbell's soup can and integrated it into a series of pop art silk screens, a theme he would return to off and on throughout the 1960s and 1970s. The first batch in 1962 were a series of 32 canvases. At first, the cans were accurate representations of actual Campbell's cans, but as the series progressed, they became more surrealistic, with Warhol experimenting with negative reverse color schemes and other varied techniques. Many of these, which would be used on other Warhol paintings of the period, such as his celebrity silkscreens of the 1960s. The silkscreens themselves have become iconic pieces of pop art, with one in particular. Oh gosh, what's happening? Gimp! Gimp, hi. Gimp, how are you? What were you playing? What are you up to? I know you've been doing a lot of Dark Souls lately. Is that what were you playing? What are you playing? How are you? Thank you for the raid. Welcome. Welcome, Gimp Extreme fans. I'm Abbers. I play video games sometimes. I'm not doing that today. Today is a beautiful episode of Wikipedia with me. So every week on Sunday, we're just going on these Wikipedia deep dives together. And today, it's the letter C. So welcome. Gimp, thank you for the raid. If y'all don't know Gimp Extreme, highly recommend you go check him out. Fucking fantastic, wonderful human being. You were playing Dark Souls. Nice. Hell yeah. How'd it go? I hope you had an amazing stream. It's lovely to see you. Thank you for being here. Staffo, never really liked soup, only pea and ham. Okay. Campbell's chunky soup is the best. All right, so Staffo is a chunky fan. Hey, Gimp, and any other fans, did you know that Campbell's trademarked the term chunky, and I'm upset about it? Who knew? I didn't know. We're learning so much. It's very educational. Let's see. It's very good for a night when I just can't bring myself to figure out dinner. I'm one of those that, like, if it's cold outside, I'm all about soup. If it's hot outside, can't do it. Not interested. But wintertime, all about the soup. Good, got pretty far. Looking forward to getting back to it sometime this week. Yeah, isn't that wild, Gimp? Chunky, TM. Who knew? In 2019. Fucking ridiculous. Anyway, I'm very upset about it. Anyway, let's continue reading about Andy Warhol. Beep, 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 did it. The silk screens themselves have become iconic pieces of pop art, with one in particular, small torn Campbell soup can, pepper pot, 1962, commanding a price of $11.8 million at an auction in 2006. Art auctions are wild. Okay, are we ready? Are we ready to go through the various slogans of Campbell Soup? Okay, good. So, yes, good. Excellent. Good. 1935 to present, their predominantly used slogan. Again, the fact that, like, essentially from their inception to now that they've used, like, the same marketing campaign, basically, it's pretty good. Give me that Campbell life. 1969 to 1975. Soup is good food. I don't know why that slogan, like, just just imagine the, like, round table brainstorming where someone's like, you know what? Soup is good food. And they're like, nailed it. That's it. That's the slogan. That's what we're doing. Like, are you fucking kidding me? Soup is good food. There's a reason that one only lasted for like 7 years. Like, that's ridiculous. Soup is good food. Campbell's. That's amazing. They were struggling that year. Fun. 1975. After Give Me That Campbell life, they're like, how do we follow that up? Soup is good food. Soup is good food. Yeah, apparently they had to convince people. They're like, hey, did you know that soup is good food? That one gave me life. That one made me very happy. Just think someone got paid to come up with that. That's what I'm saying. It's like that Jim Gaffigan joke where it's just like, soup is good food. And everyone's like, brilliant, done, amazing. That's so funny. That's so funny. No, okay, so the evolution of the slogans is fucking fantastic. Okay, so soup is good food. Never underestimate the power of soup. The power of soup. Okay, wait, what the fuck? Campbell's is wild. I did not know. One of their slogans was just possibilities. Campbell soup. Possibilities. What? It's a very extreme soup. Never estimate the power of soup. Wow. It feels like that. Yeah. Yeah, Fox Mulder, perfect. That's what it is. Yeah. It was a very 90s slogan. Very 90s. So many reasons. It's so good. So they just take the good and then make it a weird sentence. Oh, so many reasons. It's so good. Many good. It's amazing what a soup can do. Their marketing team is wild, you guys. It's amazing. It's amazing what a soup can do. Made for real life. These bastards trademarked the term chunky. For what? For what? For what? Soup is good food? Yeah, we gotta trademark the word chunky, obviously. Like, what? Okay, you trademark the word chunky and then you only use it for your chunky soups? Remember that battle? That classic battle between Progresso and Campbell where they were like, no, ours is chunkier. No, ours is chunkier. I wonder if it's because, is it Progresso? Is that the name of it? The blue can soups? I wonder if it was because of that where they're like, don't you dare use the word chunky, Progresso. It's amazing what soup can do. Possibilities. Absurd. Soup can teach you stuff. Look after your kids and take your dog for walkies. You know what I'm talking about, Staffo? The Great Soup Wars of 1996? I don't actually know what year that was, but like, yeah, what? All right, health issues. Fuck. Many canned soups, including Campbell's condensed and chunky varieties, contain relatively high quantities of sodium. Yeah, yeah. Oh, Blood Pressure Canada. It was okay. So in fall 2007, Campbell's was awarded a certificate of certificate of excellence for their efforts in lowering sodium levels from Blood Pressure Canada. Okay. Yeah. Okay. So soup, sodium, blah. GMOs, blah. Brands, blah. I want to go down to where they were like, hey, this was recalled. Recalls! Okay, there's nothing about the recalls. Okay. Can we just talk about how Campbell's was the like surprise sleeper hit? I had no idea that this topic would be like this interesting and amazing. I had no idea. Give me that full sodium cream of chicken or bust. Then they release low sodium versions of their soup. It's just not the same. It's just not the same. Yeah. Yeah, I usually try to get the low sodium ones just cuz, but like you're right, it's not the same. Um Soup. The health issue possibilities. Yep. Yep. Yeah. Yeah. All right, kids, we have 3 more topics. We're going to go into Chinese culture next, then Cookie Monster, and then coddled eggs. So, if you feel like sticking around, stick around. I once again have to pee. Very exciting stuff. So, if you, again, you need a drink, you need to walk around, you need a snack, you just, you take care of yourself, and I'll be back soon. Thank you for being here. Y'all are very sweet. I'm having so much fun. I will see you in a few minutes. Oh, no, yeah, fun. I love that I didn't clear my throat before unmuting. I was thinking the same thing though. It's like, yeah, Chinese culture is just summed up in one Wikipedia article. Can't possibly be missing anything, right? If you stuck around, thank you so much. If you didn't, what can I say to you about it? You're gone. You're gone already. Sorry for screaming all the time. Okay, Chinese culture. Chinese culture. Simplified Chinese, traditional Chinese. Fascinating. One of the world's oldest cultures, originating thousands of years ago, the culture prevails across a large geographical region in East Asia and is extremely diverse and varying. Yeah, you can tell, you can't really see, but like I can tell by the side scroll how dense something is going to be by like how small the side scroll is. Yeah, it's like this is one of those. But we'll figure it out. We'll figure it out. And by the way, Fox Mulder, since this is yours, if there are certain things within Chinese culture that you want us to deep dive into, let me know and we'll do that. Okay, extremely diverse and varying, with customs and traditions varying greatly between provinces, cities, and towns as well. The terms China and the geographical landmass of China has shifted across the centuries, with the last name being the Great, is it Qing, like Qigong? I think the Q, help me if that's incorrect. Before the name China, yeah, like the Qing dynasty, I think that's right. Before the name China became commonplace in modernity. Words are hard to read. Okay, anyway. Chinese civilization is historically considered dominant culture of East Asia. With China being one of the earliest ancient civilizations, Chinese culture exerts profound influence over philosophy, virtue, etiquette, and traditions of Asia. Chinese language, ceramics, architecture, music, dance, literature, martial arts, cuisine, visual arts, philosophy, business etiquette, religion, politics, history have a global influence, while its traditions and festivals are also celebrated, instilled, and practiced by people all around the world. Okay, so here we go. Oh my gosh, so much fun. To your point, so much. Okay, so here's what we've got. We've got identity, regional, social structures, spiritual values, language, calligraphy, literature, fashion and clothing, arts, mythological beings in Chinese culture, music, instruments, dancing. God, all of it sounds interesting to me. This could be a problem. Martial arts, leisure, cuisine, major subcultures, gallery. Okay. If anything, we can look at the art for a quick focus. Yeah. I was going to say, okay, so here's what jumps out at me, Fox Mulder. I'm always curious about language as a myths was the thing that I was like curious about too. So myths, language, I'm just a language nerd. So I'm curious about language. And then fashion and clothing I find to be interesting. Arts. So what if we do this? What if we do language, fashion, arts, myths? Does that sound cool? Does that work? I'm gonna do it. Even if you say it doesn't sound cool, I won't know until you say it. Okay, language. The ancient written standard was Classical Chinese. It was used for thousands of years, but mostly used by scholars and intellectuals, which forms the top class of society called the Shidafu. It was difficult but possible for ordinary people to promote this class by passing written exams. Calligraphy later became commercialized, and works by famous artists became prized possessions. Chinese literature has a long past. The earliest classic work in Chinese, the I Ching, or Book of Changes, dates to around 1000 BC. A flourishing of philosophy during the Warring States period produced such noteworthy works as Confucius's Analects and Lao Tzu's Tao Te Ching. Also see the Chinese classics. Dynastic histories were often written beginning with Sima Qian's seminal Records of the Grand Historian, which were written from 109 BC to 91 BC. The Tang Dynasty witnessed a poetic flowering, while the 4 great classical novels of Chinese literature were written during the Ming and Qing dynasties. Printmaking in the form of movable type was developed during the Song Dynasty. Excuse me while I figure out my body. That sounds weird. Academies of scholars sponsored by the empire were formed to comment on the classics in both printed and handwritten form. Royalty frequently participated in these discussions as well. And then we can look at the different dialect groups, that's what I find fascinating, is like when we talk about language and linguistics in general, like how diverse a single language can be with regard to like dialects and idiolects and whatnot. So here we go. A range of Chinese dialect groups according to the Language Atlas of China. Let's go. I love how hype you are. Let's go. Let's do it. Okay, here we go. Chinese philosophers, writers, and poets were highly respected and played key roles in preserving and promoting the culture of the empire. Some classical scholars, however, were noted for their daring depictions of the lives of common people, often to the displeasure of authorities. At the start of the 20th century, most of the population were still illiterate, and many mutually and unintelligible languages was spoken. Mandarin, Wu, Yue, Cantonese, Minnan, Ban Lemgu, Jin, Qiang, Hakka, Gan, Hui, Ping, etc. in different regions prevented communication with people from other areas. Nevertheless, the written language keeps the communication open and passing the official orders and documentations throughout the entire region of China. Reformers set out to establish a national language, settling on the Beijing-based Mandarin as the spoken form. After the May 4th movement, classical Chinese was quickly replaced by the written vernacular Chinese, modeled after the vocabulary and grammar of the standard spoken language. That's fascinating to me. What I find very interesting is like this idea of like an oral tradition and like not necessarily having like a written language, right? And then ascribing a writing system to said oral tradition. And so it's interesting, this idea of like standardizing languages. And I also find it interesting the kind of like classist implications of like who has access to literacy and who does not. Yeah, very interesting. Very interesting indeed. Okay, what did we say? After that, we're going to scroll down to fashion, I think. Fashion and clothing. China's fashion history covers hundreds of years with some of the most colorful and diverse arrangements. Different social classes and different eras boast different fashion trends. What a sentence. Different social classes and different eras boast different fashion trends. The color yellow was usually reserved for the emperor during China's imperial era. Preaching. From the beginning of its history, Han clothing, especially in elite circles, was inseparable from silk, supposedly discovered by the Yellow Emperor's consort Lei Zhu. The dynasty to follow Shang, the Western Zhao dynasty, established a strict hierarchical society that used clothing as a status meridian, and inevitably, the height of one's rank influenced the ornateness of a costume. Such markers include the length of a skirt, the wideness of a sleeve, and the degree of ornamentation. In addition to these class-oriented developments, Han Chinese clothing became looser, with the introduction of wide sleeves and jade decorations hung from the sash, which served to keep the yi closed. The yi was essentially wrapped over in a style known as Jiaoling Yoren, or wrapping the side. Oh my god! Or wrapping the right side over before the left became the initially greater challenge to the right-handed wearer. People of Zhangyon discouraged left-handedness like many other historical cultures. That's fascinating too, this idea of like left-handedness being like othered, and not just like they say, like it's not just in Western culture. This is something that's like cross-cultural. It's really interesting to me. And there's a variety of reasons why, but like in terms of at its origin, like I just find it fascinating. Like many other historical cultures, considered it unnatural, barbarian, uncivilized, and unfortunate. It's just unfortunate. The Shang Dynasty, 1600 BC and 1046 BC, developed the rudiments of Chinese clothing, It consisted of a yi, a narrow-cuffed knee-length tunic tied with a sash, a narrow ankle-length skirt called chang, worn with a bixi, a length of fabric that reached the knees. Vivid primary colors and green were used due to the degree of technology at the time. That's very interesting. I also find, so when we go back to the like left-handedness, like where it's like, okay, so if you are right-handed, it's difficult to, wait, okay, hold on, let me read this again. Hold on. The yi was essentially wrapped over in a style known as Jiao Ling Yuren, or wrapping the right side over before the left, because of the initially greater challenge to the right-handed wearer. People of Zhanggun discouraged left-handedness, like many other historical cultures. So I don't know. What it made pop into my brain is that like if you get a blouse, a woman's blouse, the way that it is buttoned is opposite of a man's shirt, like a collared shirt, button-up shirt, right? And that has a history in Western clothing tradition of women in like Victorian era having like a dressing maid help them get dressed. So the buttons being like opposite were meant for the person who is dressing you to be able to button them, not for you to button them yourself. And so to this day, if you look at women's buttons on a shirt versus men's buttons, they're opposite. And so men's were designed to be able to button them yourself, assuming that you are right-handed, and women's are easier if you're left-handed to do by yourself because they were designed for the person dressing you to button, not for you to clothe yourself. Interesting, right? Yeah. Isn't that weird? It's really interesting, the button thing. Yeah. Why would they keep it that way? Great question. I don't know. Yeah, great question. Tradition, I guess. Interesting though. Basically, if you're a lefty, you are scum, and that's pretty shitty. Yeah, it's unfortunate. I wonder sometimes, because I was raised in a private Christian school. I remember trying to write with my left hand a little bit, and like at this point I have like very little dexterity in my left hand with the exception of like guitar and like instruments and whatnot. But I wonder sometimes if I actually was left-handed and my teachers were like, no, you're not. My kindergarten teacher was like, no. I don't know. It's interesting. And again, it's interesting that it's like cross-cultural kind of thing. You're a righty and you're a lefty. You're an ambidextrous person. That's cool, Staffo. That's very cool. All right. Chupao. During the Qing dynasty, China's last imperial dynasty, a dramatic shift of clothing occurred, examples of which include the Qiangsam, or Chupao in Mandarin. The clothing of the era before the Qing dynasty is referred to as the Hanfu, or traditional Han Chinese clothing. Many symbols, such as a phoenix, have been used for decorative as well as economic purposes. Among them were the banners, mostly Manchu, who as a group were called banner people. Manchu women typically wore a one-piece dress that retrospectively came to be known as the qipao. I hope I'm saying that right. I'm probably not saying that right. Hi, Spatty. It's good to see you. Right? Educational. It's an educational program. I hope you're doing well. What are you up to today? Sometimes it feels like I'm ambasinistrous. I love that, by the way. I am clumsy with both hands. Same. I have moments of great spatial awareness and then other times where I'm like, how do I move a body throughout space and time? Like, yeah, no, I feel that fun. I feel that. I was also told both is not good for your brain. I think that's probably ridiculous. I'm curious your thoughts though, Staffo. Like, that seems very silly to me. That said, you want to know something interesting? My mother is a very sciencey person. Shout out, Gail. And she just retired from her job as a chemist at a power plant. I'm very proud of her and excited for her. She studied microbiology in college and then got a lot of jobs as a chemist in her adult life. Point of story, my mom is right-handed, but sometimes to get her brain going or to just like do like I don't know, just to like, if she's in a weird spot where she like has like a brain block, she'll draw with her left hand so that she can get like both sides of her brain kind of synapsing. I'm not describing this well, but it's a theory that my mom has. It's like, if you're right-handed, try to draw or write a little bit with your left hand. It'll kind of like, I don't know, free up any kind of mental block that you're having, maybe. I find it fascinating. I don't know if there's truth to it, but it's something that my mother does. Anyway, Spatty just finished your homework. Gonna pretend like you're learning right. Pretend like you're learning. I'm just kidding. It's good to have you here. Glad you're here. All right, where are we? We're talking about the banner people. Okay, the Qipao fitted loosely and hung straight down the body or flared slightly with an A line. Under the dynastic laws after 1636, all Han Chinese in the banner system were forced to adopt the Manchu male hairstyle of wearing a queue? Oh! Business in the front, party in the back. Hair on the top of the scalp is grown long and often braided while the front portion of the head is shaved. It's like an extreme mullet. Okay, love it. Love that. Love that for them. Why don't people wear that hairstyle still? Just need some brain off time. Oh no, take your brain off, please. Take your brain off. We'll just be here. What? Relax your brain. And also, what homework? What are you studying right now? My sister used to change hands depending on her mood. Yeah. Spatty, there's lots of learning to be had here, although you did miss out on some possibilities. Okay, we read about Campbell's soup. Campbell's soup, man. Hey, Spatty, did you know that Campbell's trademarked the term chunky in 2019? Chunky. TM. Campbell's soup was a wild ride. I can't believe it. We learned so much. But yeah, take your brain off. Take a little relax. Right? That's what I said, Spatty. That's what I said. I couldn't believe it. Also, Campbell's has some choice, just amazing slogans. For example, soup is good food. That one just that one just gets me. I don't know why. It's so funny. Yeah. Chunky. TM. Ridiculous. Can't believe it. Ridiculous. Soup is good food is ridiculous. It's amazing, but like, I just would love to be a fly on the wall of that marketing meeting, because what the hell? Like, what? Okay, so the Q hairstyle is fucking incredible. Just FYI. As in all Manchu men and dressed in Manchu Qipao. However, the order for ordinary non-banner Han civilians to wear Manchu clothing was lifted, and only Han who served as officials were required to wear Manchu clothing. The rest of civilian Han population dressing however they wanted. Qipao covered most of the woman's body, revealing only the head, hands, and tips of the toes. The baggy nature of the clothing was also served. Good Lord. The baggy nature of the clothing also served to conceal the figure of the wearer regardless of age. With time, though, Qipao were tailored to become more form-fitting and revealing. The modern version, which is now recognized popularly in China as the standard Qipao, was first developed in Shanghai in the 1920s. Interesting. Partly under the influence of Beijing styles. People eagerly sought a more modernized style of dress and transformed the old Qipao to suit their tastes. Slender and form-fitting with a high cut, it had great differences from the traditional Qipao. It was high-class courtesans and celebrities in the city that would make these redesigned, tight-fitting Qipao popular at that time. In Shanghai, it was first known as zenzei, or long dress, and it is this name that survives in English as the Cheongsam. Most Han civilian men eventually voluntarily adopted Manchu clothing, while Han women continued wearing Han clothing. Until 1911, the Chengpao was required clothing for Chinese men of a certain class, but Han Chinese women continued to wear loose jacket and trousers with an overskirt for formal occasions. The Qipao was a new fashion item for Han Chinese women, wow, words, when they started wearing it around 1925. The original Qipao was wide and loose. As hosiery began, hosiery? Like pantyhose, right? The hosiery, oh my god, in turn declined in later decades, cheongsams nowadays have come to be most commonly worn with bare legs. And now we know. Dresden, welcome back. Did not know you were napping. I hope you had a lovely nap. Let's see. So is that why everyone moved to dad bod instead of chunky? Yes, because otherwise they would have gotten sued by Campbell's. I love it. I didn't know, but I love it. Let's see. Training for a new position. Every once in a while they have work that is to be done outside of the training time. Gotcha. How is your new job? Are you liking it? This is your new job, right? I hope it's going really well. Lovely nap, but now late to work. No, why are you typing to me? Why are you talking to me about it, Dresden? You gotta go. I'm sorry. I don't know why I'm screaming at you. You can always call in to work. That was I'm very hot and cold, aren't I? I'm sorry that you're late to work. I hope it's not too big of a deal. All right, are you ready? Are we ready to look at art as I readjust my body? My body. Okay, you work from home. Okay, you're fine then. Okay, so, you're fine. I was going to say, I was like, you gotta leave your house now, Dresden. Okay, let's see. There we go. New job. Good stuff. Had a nice training program and team. Good. Overwhelmed though. Lots of new information. Totally. Just remind yourself that no one expects you to learn all of it overnight. And if they do, they're fucking dicks. So fuck them. You know what I mean? But like, give yourself some grace. Give yourself some time. Like, especially if you're a little bit perfectionist oriented, which I can see. Like, be nice to yourself because it'll come with time. You know what I mean? It will. You was smart, man. You was smart. You was kind. You was wonderful. But I feel that overwhelm because it's a lot when you start a new job and just kind of, yeah. The only person expecting more is Spatty, right? Yeah. No, I feel that. That's tough. That's a tough, like, personal battle for sure. So I'll help remind you that you're doing great and you don't need to learn it all overnight and you're doing great. I do fucking swear a shit ton. What do you want from me? What is this? A children's program? I make you click on that like this is mature content. It's purely because I say motherfucker like every fifth word. Let's see. Yeah. New job too. It's tough. Raven, did you get a new job or are you still at the old new job? Regardless, I hope it's going well. Okay, arts. Are we ready for arts? Chinese art is a visual art that, whether ancient or modern, originated in or is practiced in China or by Chinese artists. The Chinese art in the Republic of China, Taiwan, and that of overseas Chinese can also be considered part of Chinese art, where it is based in or draws on Chinese heritage and Chinese culture. By the way, these like Chinese watercolors are fucking gorgeous. We'll look into this right now. Why not? Pine, Plum, and Cranes, 1759 by Shen Chuan. Hanging Scroll, ink, and color on silk. Palace Museum, Beijing. Like fucking gorgeous, right? Chinese inkwash painting called Eagles by Lin Liang, located at the National Palace Museum in Taipei. So pretty. All right, anyway. Early Stone Age art dates back to 10,000 BC, mostly consisting of simple pottery and sculptures. After this early period, Chinese art, like Chinese history, is typically classified by the succession of ruling dynasties of Chinese emperors, most of which lasted several hundred years. Still at the old new job, but things are getting better. Good. I'm glad to hear that. Yeah, that's always rough. What do you want from me? Love and devotion. That's all. You know that one song? There's a song called That's All. It's a jazz standard, which I first learned it because it was in the movie called The Wedding Singer, Sandler movie. But one of the lyrics is, if you're wondering what I'm asking in return, dear, you'll be glad to know that my demands are small. Say that to me, it's me that you'll adore, for now and nevermore, that's all, which I think is really funny. It's like, all I want is for you to, adore me forever. That's all I want. It's a very small thing. Just adore me for the rest of your life. Sorry to pull away from the current position, but what's the subject matter? Please, no, you're fine. Chinese culture. We are reading about Chinese culture. So far today, oh man, so many things. Campbell's soup really is the sleeper hit. I had no idea that Campbell's soup would be so fascinating. We also looked at camels, the animal, Julia Child, we learned about. Chattanooga, Tennessee. Coombs, British Columbia. Madame Curie. Annie Jump Cannon, another sleeper hit. I'm probably missing some, but currently Chinese culture. The intricate detail in their artwork has always stunned me. Instantly recognizable. Totally. Yeah. Totally. Well, and it being on hanging scrolls, being on silk, I think is something very like unique and characteristic of Chinese art. Yeah. But yeah, no, Spatty, feel free to ask questions like that. I don't mind at all, especially with people that coming and going. Like, yeah, by all means. By all means. Okay. Chinese art has arguably the oldest continuous tradition in the world and is marked by an unusual degree of continuity within and consciousness of that tradition, lacking an equivalent to the Western collapse and gradual recovery of classical styles. That is an interesting point, right? Because in terms of like Western art, how it kind of has gone through these like various phases of like realism and then like surrealism and everything, like for Chinese art to kind of like, I don't know, maintain that tradition is really cool. The media that have usually been classified in the West since the Renaissance and the decorative arts are extremely important in Chinese art, and much of the finest work was produced in large workshops or factories by essentially unknown artists, especially in Chinese ceramics. Yeah. Look up Kun Chi's fiasco here in Australia, because it, depending on the context of that word, it's a racial slur for Black people. So it all depends on context, right? But that's why it was flagged. So let me double check. Yeah. So right here you can see, sorry, that they're actually going to change the name because of racism concerns. So that's why, Dresden. Yeah, so I wonder we can see, let me see. But by the way, sorry, I didn't mean to, there we go. There you go. So now they're calling it cheer cheese. But we'll look it up. We're on it. We got it. Okay. Yeah, I don't know if I want to permit that term, if that's what that actually means, but in that context, I think, yeah, we were talking earlier in the Discord about context and how much it matters. But yeah, I'm sure it has like at its origin didn't mean that, right? But yeah, in the United States in particular, it's used as a derogatory term, as a slur for Black people. Yeah. All right, so what are we doing? Ceramics, Chinese ceramics. Different forms of art have swayed under the influences of great philosophers, teachers, religious figures, and even political figures. Chinese art encompasses all facets of fine art, folk art, and performance art. Porcelain pottery was one of the first forms of art in the Paleolithic period. Early Chinese music and poetry was influenced by the Book of Songs and Chinese poet and statesman Zhu Yuan. Chinese painting became a highly appreciated art in court circles, encompassing a wide variety of shanshui, with specialized styles such as Ming Dynasty painting. Early Chinese music was based on percussion instruments, which later gave rise to string and reed instruments. By the Han Dynasty, paper cutting became a new art form after the invention of paper. Chinese opera would also be introduced and branched regionally into the addition of other performance formats such as variety arts. Their company artwork was hella racist. Was it really? Is that why? I'm like scrolling through it. Yeah, I'm nervous about this one. I'm not gonna lie, Dresden, I'm a little bit nervous about this one. Yeah, I'm nervous about that one. Because I don't want to shy away from difficult, uncomfortable topics. I also want to be respectful, and I don't want to like alienate or disrespect people and make them feel uncomfortable or make them feel not welcome here. So I'm struggling with that, to be honest. I'm struggling with whether or not to like do it. Artwork, there's no artwork to it. The artwork was nothing. Okay. We've got a couple Aussies in the chat. We're going to look into it. I have a tab open. So we'll look into it. We'll look into it. I'm just voicing concerns now and want to make sure, we're being careful. Maybe artwork was the wrong term. Logo is better. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, let's talk about it. But first, Chinese lanterns. The Chinese paper lantern is a lantern made of thin, brightly colored paper. Paper lanterns come in various shapes and sizes, as well as various methods of construction. In their simplest form, they are simply a paper bag with a candle placed inside, although more complicated lanterns consist of collapsible bamboo or metal frame hoops covered with tough paper. Sometimes other lanterns can be made out of colored silk, usually red or vinyl. Silk lanterns are also collapsible with metal expander and are decorated with Chinese characters and or designs. Beautiful, by the way. This photo is gorgeous. Red lanterns are hung from trees during the Chinese New Year celebration in Ditan Park, Temple of Earth in Beijing. Let's see. Vinyl lanterns are more durable. They can resist rain, sunlight, and wind. Paper lanterns do not last very long. They soon break, and silk lanterns last longer. The gold paper on them will soon fade away to a pale white, and the red silk will become a mix between pink and red. Often associated with festivals, paper lanterns are common in China, Japan, Korea, Taiwan, and similarly in Chinatowns with large communities of overseas Chinese, where they're often hung outside of businesses to attract attention. In Japan, the traditional styles include bonbori and chochin, and there is a special style of lettering called chochin moji used to write on them. Airborne paper lanterns are called sky lanterns and are often released into the night sky for aesthetic effect at lantern festivals. Let's see. So Dresden says, basically the cheese making process is named after a guy that invented the process, and no one cared until like 6 months ago when the world went crazy. When the world went crazy? Can you expand upon that and what you mean? Because to me, being more sensitive to people and the way in which they're discriminated is not crazy. To me. Acknowledging that a word is harmful is not crazy to me. So if you don't mind, if you would care to elaborate, I would appreciate it. Heard about the racial issues with the company years ago. Things really ramped up when they went after Uncle Ben and Aunt Jemima. Yeah, fair. And those are racist depictions of black people, right? Like, whether or not you find it significant, they do perpetuate harmful stereotypes. You know what I mean? So when we talk about, like, the world going crazy, I imagine that's coming from a white privileged lens. White person to white person. Leave golden gay time ice cream alone. Do you hear what I'm saying, though, Dresden? Do you hear what I'm saying? I don't want to skirt away with it, like, with like, humor. I really mean it. Like, this idea that, like, oh, the world is going crazy because they're trying to be politically correct. It's like, nah, fam. Like, the world is finally catching up to figure out that, like, we're discriminating against people, and there's, like, a long history of that. You know what I mean? Like, so I don't know. Like, I don't know. I don't know. And same for you, Staffo. Like, I don't know. Half Aboriginal, so fair enough. Yeah, fair enough. Gays always mean happy. What the hell? I mean, I don't know that ice cream brand, and I don't know the history of that in terms of that, like, company or whatever, right? And gay is not currently used as, well, when people use gay as a synonym of stupid, then it's used in a derogatory manner, right? So, that's kind of neither here nor there. But yeah, I mean, I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. And it begs the question, too, of this idea of, like, white passing and what kind of privilege you have. And also being Aboriginal is different from having a Black or African identity, while at the same time Indigenous folks and Aborigines are absolutely oppressed and affected by negative stereotypes as well. So, this is not to say that like anyone needs to believe, the same things that I believe, and you're welcome to have your own opinion. But in this space, I want to make it very clear that in this space, like I want to honor and be truthful of the fact that like oppression and racism exist, and it exists in really insidious ways. And I don't want to I don't want to skirt around that with humor. I don't like it because it's not funny to me. So I don't know how to like eloquently say what I'm trying to say. But essentially, like I think it's really important to talk about these things with thoughtfulness and with like a critical lens that like really like uplifts the voices of marginalized people. That's just how I feel about it. Language shifts, terms and meaning have changed a lot in the last 50 years. True. Yeah, totally true. And so that's what makes, English a living language, right? They should always be changing though. We're intelligent creatures and have the ability to be aware of our surroundings. We got to flex that muscle. Yeah. Because even if the original intention was not to be racist or harmful, if it perpetuates negative and reinforces negative stereotypes, then it's something that I think warrants change and warrants addressing. You know what I mean? I don't know. That's my own opinion. I don't know. I just like, I want to continually check my own privilege and my own like ignorance, because it's there. And from my own, perspective, like as a white person in the United States, I was culturally and socially conditioned to be racist because it's a system from which I benefit as a white person. That's just true. And so there's going to be a lot of blind spots that I have and other people like me have to certain things. And so whether it's looked at as like a hyper reaction or a ridiculous reaction to these things, I would rather be overly sensitive than not sensitive enough to the needs of others. Not trying to stir the pot, etc., etc. However, the changing of a food brand name just because Twitter went crazy is just dumb. Sure, I've been called that word many times, but the way it all happened didn't really have a positive impact, in my opinion. Yeah, I mean, that's interesting, Dresden. Like, I can see that in terms of this idea of, like, what kind of impact did it actually have? And I also think it's fair to look at things as not necessarily impacting you, but potentially impacting other people. So again, you're welcome to your opinion. But in terms of, like, this idea of, like, crazy and dumb, like, I'm sorry, I'm going to push back against that. Because it's not crazy, and it's not dumb, in my opinion. Crazy is kind of an ableist term, that insanist term for that matter, that like, nah, people who are passionate about protecting other people are not crazy, or dumb, in my opinion. But yeah, like, I mean, I don't know, this kind of argument too, that it falls flat for me, this idea of like, oh, well, someone called me a derogatory term and it didn't bother me. Cool. Totally valid that that's your experience. But there's other people that don't experience it that way, right? And when the predominant belief around the world, not just in the United States, globally, anti-blackness is a thing. It is. It's a thing globally. So, there are some kind of universal truths to the way in which we, interact with racism and race. And I want to be very, like, forthright and intentional about the way in which I handle those things. And I want to talk about it while also denouncing potentially, hate-filled rhetoric, whether or not it's intentional. If it's harmful to how someone walks through the world, then it's harmful no matter how it came to be. Yeah, that's really well said. Traditionalist idealism has its place, but some things really need to be scrapped or rearranged to fit today's society for sure. Yeah. At the very least, acknowledged, right? See where Dresden is coming from? I think that's just part of the world that we're moving to. Social media and global attention is going to have more eyes on it. And the ice we walk sometimes becomes thinner than we think. Yeah. Yeah, true. Levels of sensitivity have reached a point where some things being changed are questionable, so I get both sides. Yeah. Well, and again, this question of efficacy, I think it's a great question. Is like, how effective is it actually? Is this effectively, addressing the concerns that we're talking about, right? And it might not be. It might not, like when we talk about like changing brand names or changing mascots, like it might not be. And I'm not familiar with the cheese company that you're referring to, but in the case of like Aunt Jemima and Uncle Ben, like those are racially charged stereotypes. They're negative stereotypes that perpetuate a very narrow view of Black culture in the United States, and specifically a view that perpetuates these kind of like dehumanizing beliefs of Black people with a history of slavery in the United States. So to me, like whether or not changing those mascots has effective change on racial understanding doesn't really matter to me as much as stopping the kind of harm that those stereotypes perpetuate. Touching on that, the largest voice in the whole cheese game, cheese name change, were mostly white people. Fair more than people of color. So the question is, if the name was offensive to people of color, why did white society even have an input? I'm sorry, I don't understand that. The largest voice in the whole cheese name thing were mostly white people. Okay, I see. Sorry, I needed to reread it. Okay. Because white people are the ones with power. Because Black voices and the voices of people of color are suppressed. So the reason you're hearing about it is because white voices are uplifted. And and to your point, Dresden, the argument regarding like virtue signaling is a really valid point, because I think so much of what we're kind of skirting around is this idea of like, okay, so you can change your mascot, you can change the name of your company all you want, and for many of those companies, it is just virtue signaling, right? It's not actually with an intent of changing the racial dynamics within their companies or within the world at large, right? So I can see that. I get where you're coming from with that point, and I think it's a good point, because it's not, to me, it's like, what a great step, and also not enough to actually address the problems that we're talking about, Just grew up with Uncle Ben and other logos. That was normal without knowing the origin. Right. It normalizes stereotypes in such a implicit, subliminal way that's really covert and really insidious, We should be advocates for for the people that may or may not be as loud as others, and furthermore, people that are positioned in a place where they can't be as loud as others. So what if people of color, including me, didn't give a shit about the name to begin with? Well, that's your right to not care. That's okay for you to not care. And what I'm talking about is not necessarily individuals at this point, Dresden. What I'm talking about is like an overarching culturally held belief and the perpetuation of that culturally held belief. So you as an individual not being affected by it and not wanting it to change is valid. And also, it doesn't necessarily speak to the wider held social imaginary with regard to racist imagery and language. Something I've questioned too, why so many decide to get on soapboxes when they have no real need to speak up apart from elevating themselves. Yeah, that's a really good point. I think the virtue signaling argument is really valid. I do. I also don't think that it's enough of an argument to then say, well, then we shouldn't change anything. Or like it doesn't need to be changed. You know what I mean? I don't know. That is the one side of the argument that has issues with the virtue signalers. Totally. Yeah. It's another kind of good example is during Pride Month, how like all of a sudden all of these like capitalist, corporations have like rainbow like shit. and during the rest of the year they don't give a fuck about gay people, right? It's a very similar thing where it's like, okay, we're gonna change the name of this cheese company, or we're gonna change the mascot or logo for such and such brand, but not doing anything else, in regard to like helping those populations that they're supposedly doing that for. I think there's a really good argument to be made there. I still don't think that it negates this need for change. I just don't. And we might just be on the opposite sides of that, Dresden. We might be. And I think it's totally valid that you're like, well, this doesn't affect me. I don't think we need to change it. That's valid. I would submit for your perusal, perhaps, or for your consideration, that it's bigger than just you as an individual. That's kind of my thinking. It goes beyond your individual like feeling or connection with it. There's like larger social implications and cultural implications there. Queer baiting is obnoxious. Yeah, and it's a very similar thing, I think, when we're talking about this kind of thing with black folks and people of color. Spatty, I'm a straight white male. I lived in the Bible Belt. I spent most of my life just ignoring stuff because it doesn't affect me. And I've had to train myself that the way of that thinking isn't good enough. Yeah. Did you know that Australia had a nationwide vote to legalize gay marriage? Yeah. How recently was that? I'm glad to hear that. I hope that Australia did legalize gay marriage. I'm not as up on Australian politics or Australian news. Is there a follow-up there? I'm assuming there's a follow-up, so I kind of want to wait and not continue on. Yeah, and that's really recently. That's a great point, Dresden. The fact that was just 3 years ago. That was in 2019 is what you're telling me? 2018? What does that show you about the treatment of gay people? Fox Mulder, so many companies walked along with a whistle until the change was a massive focus, and they were happy making millions and billions until that point. Frustratingly ignorant. Spatty, I've done so much personally to learn and be observant about the rest of the world, and now that I kind of have an understanding, I feel obligated to share. Yeah. There is a follow-up. Yeah, go for it, Dresden. Great, but also sad it took that long. That's kind of my reaction too, Raven. Had strong views on this. We should have never been able to vote. It should have already been legal. Yeah, I agree. Absolutely. I don't fully know how that relates to what we're talking about here, but yeah, totally agree with that. Maybe that's the idea that maybe you're getting at, is that like there shouldn't be a vote. It should just be that way. But I think that's where it kind of comes down to this idea of like we need to challenge conventional wisdom, conventional ideology, because it is not necessarily taking into account modern context. You know what I mean? Because we're talking about social constructs, etc. Yeah, we are. It's true. Yeah. Again, I don't fully get how we got from point A to point B. But yeah. Religion was the main reason for anti-gay ideals in their traditionalism. Yeah, true. We got from point A to point B because I typoed stuff or because you typed stuff. Yeah, I mean, yeah, I don't really know what to say. I think that, yeah, at the end of the day, I guess my argument is that it's bigger than individual belief. And that something like a nationally known brand or an internationally known brand, in terms of their like ideology and what they're putting out into the world, I think that in some regard it needs to be regulated. And again, whether or not at its origin there was like racist intent, if it's being, you know, used or misconstrued in that way, and if it is perpetuating those ideas, then I think it needs to be challenged and addressed. Yeah. All right. Shall we continue learning about Chinese culture and Chinese civilization and all of that? Or I feel it's kind of weird to just like, you know, go back to what we were doing, to be honest. I don't know really how to continue because I don't want to like squash this conversation. And at the same time, like, I don't think that we're going to solve anything by continuing to kind of talk in circles about it. Yeah, I guess to me it's unfortunate when attempts at, and again, I think the virtual signaling argument is a really good one. But I think that like there's something that saddens me about how divisive it is trying to acknowledge people's pain and trying to like do the right thing, like how that like creates such a like polarizing kind of like atmosphere. It's unfortunate to me because on some level it's like even people that are like potentially on the same side of things are going to like disagree vehemently about these things and like the way in which we enact change and the way in which we like prioritize certain things. So it's like I don't know. I think social movements and cultural movements are systemic. And so when we look at like individually held responsibility, it kind of like is looking at the trees and missing the forest, as it were. I don't know. It's stuff that I'm really passionate about and also stuff that I know that I get wrong. Because I'm a human, and of course I'm going to get it wrong, but I also don't want to be negligent. So yeah, I don't really know where to go from here. Quite circular, yeah. Environmental influences and ideals will always cause arguments, so we'll never come to an impasse. Yeah. I mean, because then we got to talk about like the way in which, depending on where you're from, your social imaginary in relationship to sexuality and your relationship to race and your relationship to religion, where you're from and how you were raised and what society says about your varying identities and where that places you in terms of class and everything, like it that influences so much of like what we believe and how we operate in the world, right? So I don't want to like discount that either, because that's important. Yeah. But I do think that like one of the only ways to actually enact change is from a systemic level. And when we put the responsibility on individuals and when we demonize individuals, it's missing the point. Because it's not about individuals, right? It's about the like systemic nature of all of these different things and the kind of insidious nature of all of these things. I got beat up by a black guy, so I hate them now. Stuff like that sucks, but individual experiences will always be a thing. Totally, individual experience is going to shape and inform the way in which we kind of view these things and whatnot. And I think that's like that example is such a like simplistic like kind of look at things. But like I guess to me it's like this idea of like, well, it didn't affect me personally, therefore I don't understand why we need to change it. I think is not necessarily looking at the like overarching implications of various ideas, I guess. I don't know. I don't claim to have the answers, even though I feel very self-righteous sometimes, so I need to like check that. but I really do want to be like mindful when this stuff comes about, and I want to like, I don't know. I want to critically analyze the world that was handed to us, because we were all handed a world without our choice, right? And so for me, rather than just like accepting it, I feel like it's really important to critically analyze it. I also know that me saying that is me coming from a really privileged place, because I think that not everyone can afford to critically analyze it, because so many of us just have to survive. And so when we talk about, you know, getting caught up in things like marketing and logos and whatnot, I think that in so many ways virtue signaling is a really big problem. And I think that this idea of like, you know, putting myself up on a pedestal because I'm a good white, you know, is problematic in so many ways as well. And so like I don't know, now I'm talking in circles, but I do think it's important stuff to talk about, and I don't want to like shy away from it just because it makes me uncomfortable, you know? Let's see. Yet somehow if the same person got beat up by a white guy, chances are they would translate that into hate of all white people. Yeah. Yeah, well, and culturally speaking, at least where you and I are from, like white is seen as the default, right? And so there's something to be said there too. Sometimes I find we overthink and overanalyze too much as well. Maybe. I certainly am an overthinker. That's true. But I also think that, at least where I'm from, we're kind of told we're in fact being critical of things and questioning things is punished in like white society, U.S. society in general. There's this idea of like, nah, you shut up, you nod, you smile. Don't question it, you know? So to me, it's like, it's highly necessary. But again, I think that it is me speaking from a place of privilege in so many ways. Tribalism is within us to a certain degree, be it music, accent, regional living, etc. I think part of that privileged past makes us want to overanalyze because we put ourselves in a position of good ally. And because of that perception, we think we have the obligation to speak up. Yeah, don't rock the boat, baby. Define privilege, though, in terms of what I'm talking about. Well, so in terms of my varying intersections of identity, I am a queer, gender fluid, like pansexual, white, cis-ish, fat woman. So me being raised lower middle class and me currently being middle class and being white, and being cis passing, straight passing, comes with me having a lot of privilege because I have time on my hands to overthink these things. And I have an educational background that has taught me to, you know, think about these things in a very certain way that other people don't necessarily have access to. So when we're talking about privilege, what I'm really talking about is access to resources. So I have had access to resources and continue to have access to resources that other people do not, for a variety of reasons. So that's kind of what I mean when I'm talking about privilege, Dresden. It's so hard to find a middle ground. Yeah, it is. Yeah, it really is. I agree. Agreed. It is. Personally, the middle ground I'm trying to stick with at the moment is talking about things within my own group, but public, e.g. Twitter, e.g. Twitch. Trying to pass the mic and boost the relevant voices rather than saying my own thing. Yeah. No, that's a good way to look at it. Fun. It's a good way to say it. Now I get where you're coming from with regard to the privilege. Yeah, does that make sense? I hope that helped clarify things. Yeah. Because I think it's really important to look at these things from a intersectional lens. Shout out Kimberly Crenshaw. Yeah, so you know, our varying intersections of identity give us privilege in certain aspects because that gives us access to resources, and in other ways make us, you know, oppressed and marginalized because it means that we don't have access to certain resources. Yeah. Very true. Most protesters are middle class, it seems, and that isn't a bad thing. Just means that some folks see them as lazy get a job types. I don't fully know what you mean there, Fox Mulder. I stay far, far away from Twitter. Understandable. It's both a wonderful tool and a hell site. Yeah, yeah. I'm on it to like promote the Twitch thing, but otherwise, not really. Not really. Yeah. We have this joke in my family. My family likes to have these like winding 3 a.m. conversations. Not so much anymore, but like when I was a kid, just like talking to the wee small hours of the morning about everything and anything. And there's this joke that's like, well, we've solved the world's problems. Time for bed. Which is obviously not true ever. But I think with things like this, it's like hard to come to like any sort of like conclusion that feels good. Because it's not stuff that feels good. It's just not. Acknowledging and grappling with our, internalized ignorance is not a fun process. So yeah, I don't really know where to go from here, guys. I'm gonna be honest. I don't really know where to go from here. A lot of people that have the time to think and speak out, as you said. And jealousy could be a factor in certain people's perception of the middle class uni types protesting. Yeah, well, so I think we talked about this maybe last week. But the women's march, the pink pussy hat thing, was like very much a cis straight white woman's movement. There wasn't a lot of room for black women. There wasn't a lot of room for women of color. There wasn't a lot of room for disabled women. There wasn't a lot of room for queer women. So like, yeah, I think that like. There's being on a soapbox and performative allyship, and then there's also, which I think can be rooted in a real desire for change, but I think it's incredibly ignorant, and I think that I probably do fall within that category more often than I'd like. Yeah. As long as humans roam the planet, Earth will always have problems. That's true. That's a good point. Yeah. In a radical shift, dear friends, would you be okay with me moving on to Cookie Monster? Okay, fun, you're right there with me. Yes. Fun. The bridge from this is to go from wanting ally cookies, to get your gold star to get a cookie, to Cookie Monster. Should we go into Cookie Monster and then close out C for the week? Okay. That said, real quick, should have probably done this while we were discussing, but thank you all for being willing to have difficult conversations, and thank you for being willing to listen to my point of view, but also share your point of views. I really appreciate it, especially for folks that have a different point of view than me. So Dresden, thank you for being willing to stick your neck out a little bit and share your perspective. I really appreciate it. It really means a lot. And whether or not we're like on the same side of this or have different points of view on this, I just appreciate everyone like being respectful of each other and respecting this conversation. So thank you. I appreciate it. Cookies? There's a whole thing on Cookie Monster. No! This is why we can't have nice things. Nice to talk about these issues without any outbursts. Don't mind saying that I feel also respect the views of others as well. Yeah, I just appreciate everyone being respectful and being willing to like share their perspective. So thank you for that. There's a whole thing on Cookie Monster. Well, we'll see what happens. Hopefully nothing too nefarious. Ugh. Okay, Cookie Monster is a blue Muppet character on the long-running PBS HBO children's show, Sesame Street. In a song in 2007, later in an interview in 2017, Cookie Monster revealed that his real name is Sydney Monster. He is known for his voracious appetite and his famous eating catchphrases such as "Me want cookie." Although he eats almost anything, including normally inedible objects, as his name suggests, his preferred food is cookies. Chocolate chip cookies are his favorite kind. Despite his voracious appetite for cookies, Cookie Monster shows awareness of healthy eating habits for young children and also enjoys fruits and eggplant. Eggplant is a very interesting choice. Hi, Linkit! It's good to see you. How are you? Cookie Monster is so based on a stoner. Probably. Sydney Monster. Who knew? I didn't know. I had no idea. Eggplant also. Odd choice, yeah? Kind of an odd choice. He is known to have a mother, a younger sister, an identically designed cousin who does not like cookies. I didn't know about him either. All three share his characteristic blue fur and googly eyes. He also has a father who appeared in the Monster Peace Theater sketch promoting energy conservation, water conservation, and environmentalism. Cookie Monster's mother and father both share his enormous appetite and craving for cookies. Origin. The book Jim Henson's Designs and Doodles. I love Jim Henson. I'm such a Muppet fan. Have I told you all about my Muppet love? I have a deep love for Muppets. Oh my god. So there was an episode of Sesame Street that had a little Les Miserables parody with Cookie Monster as Jean Valjean. That's incredible. That sounds amazing. I'm going to have to look that up later because that's so fucking funny. All right. Explains Cookie Monster's origin as follows. In 1966, Henson drew 3 monsters that ate cookies and appeared in a General Foods commercial that featured 3 crunchy snack foods: Wheels, Crowns, and Flutes. Each snack was represented by a different monster. The Wheel Stealer was a short, fuzzy monster with wonky eyes and sharply pointed teeth. The Flute Snatcher was a speed demon with a long, sharp nose and windblown hair. The Crown Grabber was a hulk of monster with a Boris Karloff accent and teeth that resembled giant knitting needles. Who is this? William Henry Pratt, better known as his stage name Boris Karloff, was an English actor who starred as Frankenstein's monster in the horror film Frankenstein. Okay, I did not know this, which established him as a horror icon. Okay. Very cool. Okay, great. Let's see. I know, Flute Snatcher. I know, I heard that too. These monsters had insatiable appetites for the snack foods they were named after. Each time the Muppet narrator, a human-looking fellow, fixes himself a tray of wheels, flutes, and crowns, they disappear before he can eat them. One by one, the monsters sneak in and zoom away with the snacks. Frustrated and peckish, the narrator warns viewers that these pesky monsters could be disguised as someone in your own home. Excuse me. At which point the monsters briefly turn into people and then dissolve back into monsters again. Legend, the Flute Snatcher. As an Aussie kid growing up in the 70s and 80s, never liked Sesame Street. Really? I really loved Sesame Street as a kid. I love Muppets. I love puppetry in general. Oh, man. Puppets, Muppets, all about it. Jim Henson, all about it. Brian Henson, all about it. As it turns out, these commercials were never aired, but all 3 monsters had a future in the Muppet cast. The Crown Grabber was used in a sketch on the Ed Sullivan Show, in which he ruins a girl's beautiful day. Known from then on as the Beautiful Day Monster, he had a number of appearances on Sesame Street and The Muppet Show. The Flute Snatcher turned into Snake Frackle, who I've never heard that name before, a background monster from The Great Santa Claus Switch and The Muppet Show. It was never big in Australia. Yeah, fair. Had nothing to do with the Muppets. Just strange to me. No, that's totally fair. That's totally fair. It was one I really loved as a kid, but like, yeah. Okay, it's in Film and TV Nerd on Discord. You're the best. Fun. Thank you. Okay. 1967, Henson used the Wheel Stealer puppet for an IBM training film called Coffee Break Machine. In the sketch called Computer Dinner, the monster with frightening eyes and fangs devours a complex coffee-making machine as it describes its different parts. When he is finished, the machine announces the monster has activated the machine's anti-vandalism system, which contains the most powerful explosive known to man. The monster promptly explodes. The sketch was also performed in October 1967 on The Ed Sullivan Show. It was also later performed on the George Burns episode of The Muppet Show using the luncheon counter monster. The Muppet Show was so good, Staffo. The Muppet Show was great. Yeah, agreed. All right, 2 years later, Henson used a similarly designed and equally ravenous monster for 3 commercials selling Munchos, a Frito-Lay potato chip. Munchos is a great name for a potato chip. This time, the puppet was called Arnold the Munching Monster. After 3 ads were produced, Henson had the opportunity to renew the contract. He chose not to because at that point, he was working on Sesame Street, and that monster Muppet was moving on to the next stage in his career. Frank Oz, one time. Rip. According to Frank Oz, in a later routine, the then unnamed monster won a quiz show, and for winning was given the choice of $10,000 cash, a new car, a trip to Hawaii, or a cookie. He took the cookie, and from then on was known as the Cookie Monster. That's cute. The Cookie Monster, still unnamed, made his Sesame Street... Sirens. Anyway, Cookie Monster, still unnamed, made his Sesame Street debut in the first episode, interfering with Kermit the Frog's famous W lecture by eating a model W bit by bit. He turns it into an N and a V and finally into an I to Kermit's frustration. He then tries to eat Kermit. It was during the first season that Cookie Monster got his name and began using the growly vernacular. E.g., me eat cookie. That would become part of his character. His signature song, C is for Cookie, was first aired during the 1971-72 season and became one of the best-known songs from Sesame Street. And now we know. Development. In 2006, in response to growing concerns about record levels of childhood obesity in the United States, Sesame Street began airing segments titled Healthy Habits for Life. So see, this is another one. Here we go. You're a resident angry fat person. The term obesity is like so fucking pathologizing and so fucking annoying. And like I wish rather than fighting the fat, right? Rather than obesity itself, like we're what we argue with is fatness, right? Here we go, another tangent that we probably didn't need to go on, but I have to. So this idea of obesity being the epidemic, rather than looking at cardiovascular health, diabetes and sugar levels, blood pressure, cholesterol, kind of a thing. Like name the thing that you're actually fighting actively against, right? Because this idea of like let's eradicate fatness in a world like that is like filled with like disordered eating being normalized and fitness and wellness being the most ableist bullshit and diet culture being rooted in racism, the BMI being rooted in racism and anti-blackness, it really bothers me. It really bothers me. So I get it. Teach kids to eat healthy food, right? But this idea that like you being fat means you are inherently unhealthy is bullshit. It's bullshit. Don't argue with me. I'm not in the mood. I will time you out. It's bullshit. It's bullshit and I hate it. It's bullshit and I hate it. Flip mode, hi, good to see you. I don't think I've ever been stoned enough to eat a frog, but when hunger strikes and you are stuck next to a pond, you gotta do what you gotta do. You gotta do what you gotta do. I'm fat, same, Staffo. I see you. The whole thing about making children diet will never not anger me. Yeah. Well, when you look at like diet culture in general and what it does to a child's metabolism, that alters your metabolism for life when you put a kid on a diet. It alters your metabolism for life. And so then we get angry at people for being fat. Like, it's so stupid. Again, like speak to like healthy food choices and nutrition. But when you talk about it like fat equals evil, go fuck yourself. I fucking hate it. It really bothers me. Dresden, we call crisps chip and chips chips. Yeah, the whole like crisps versus chips versus fries thing I think is interesting in terms of like language. Yeah, no, like fuck diet culture. This is a fat liberated space, in case anyone was wondering. Again, don't fight me. I will time you out. Don't fight me. I'm not in the mood. Don't fight me. If you feel the need to fight me, just click off and unfollow. It's simple. All right, casting history. Frank Oz. Beautiful, delightful, love him. David Rudman, don't know him. Rudman officially became Cookie Monster in Sesame Street's 2002 season. Oz continued to occasionally perform Cookie Monster until 2004. I believe Frank Oz is dead, right? Am I making that up? He did pass away, didn't he? He also voiced Yoda. I'm looking it up on my phone because it seems a little bit easier. Oh, he's still alive? What? Why did I think Frank Oz was dead? He retired, and I was like, well, I guess he's dead. Apparently, he's still alive. Is he still alive? He's still alive. Why did I think Frank Oz was dead? Honestly, because he just retired his career of voicing over these characters that I love. Okay, moving on. Merchandise. Various toys and other icons of Cookie Monster have been produced over the years. The most obvious of Cookie Jar, which numerous types have been available. Numerous children's books featuring Cookie Monster have been published over the years. Here are all the Cookie Monster books. Cultural references. Let's see. Familiar to generations of Sesame Street watchers, Cookie Monster is remembered for his gluttony and his deep, rumbly, distinctive voice. Let's see. What else? Immoderation? Immoderation? What does that even mean? Let me go back to our little contents here. Cultural representatives. You guys, I'm in a weird headspace now. I think I'm gonna call it. Yeah, I'm in a weird headspace. I don't really know how to continue right now. So let's call it a day. Thank you all for being here. Thank you for participating. Thank you for having weird, difficult conversations with me. I appreciate it. If you like this, doing it every Sunday, so you can come back next Sunday for the letter D. That said, dear children, where are we gonna go? We gotta find a place to go raid. Love y'all. Thank you for being here. If you feel so inclined, you can follow me on the socials. Please don't feel obligated to do that. But yeah, let's go ahead and pass this party on somewhere else. We went off on a huge tangent. We went to a place that's really heavy. Yeah, I'm in a weird headspace now, and it feels very disingenuous to just continue and act like this is fine, and then especially when they're like childhood obesity, I'm like, fuck you. So I'm just in a blah, dark blah place right now, and I don't want to do it. Your perspective is awesome. Thanks, Dresden. I appreciate you. Fox Mulder, good to see you. Fenaria, good to see you. Spatty, good to see you. Staffo, good to see you. Anyone else who chatted and lurked and hung out, thank you. I really appreciate you being here. Where are we gonna go? What are we gonna do? Who's playing? Who's hanging out? Who's online now? Any suggestions of where to go? I think. We might just go hang out with my little brother. Let's do it. Let's go hang out with Starknuckle. If you don't know my little brother Starknuckle, you're about to get to know him. He's a wonderful human being, a wonderful gamer. He's much better at video games than I am. And normally he plays Binding of Isaac. Right now he's playing a game called Vampire Survivors. I've never seen it before, but I'm very excited to see it. Thank you all again. Appreciate you all. And I will see you next time. Goodbye. Love you. Thank you. Thanks for understanding my, I don't know, passion. See you all real soon.